Unmuting.
Oh, yeah, let me get this thing on. Gotta get back to this thing. Okay. I guess.
Everyone good to go?
Yep.
We'll go through our housekeeping things first. So,
Yeah.
this meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for the meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to staff. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you're participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send us a chat. City reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And turn the meeting over to the chair.
Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the March 6th. It is the 6th, right? March 6th edition of the Multi-modal Transportation Commission's meeting, starting with study session. We have two items on here. First one is Safe Routes Action Plan Status Report. And I think I heard Dustin is on that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so I'm standing so I can share screen here. We had an attachment for this item. Basically, we took the action plan table from the Safe Routes Plan and then added a column out here to the right with a status update for each of these line items. So we're going to step through each of these and
Dustin, would you mind zooming that in a little
Sure.
more?
so
And also, if you could remind me at least where these kind of come from. Is this from the ultimate Safe Routes to School traffic policy or a collection of stuff?
So this table is, I believe, in the appendix of the Safe Routes Plan that was adopted.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
So again, we have these kind of action items that were in the Safe Routes Plan when it was adopted, and then at the far right is our status update of each item. So the first section of items are titled Traffic Control at the left, Adopt the School Area Traffic Control Policy, and we did do that back in August of 21, and there's a link to it on the right. Implement the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. That's an ongoing program that you all are a big part of. Had our kind of main big combined kickoff of the revised program in January of 2021, and then have continued the work on different items in the program, including another item on the agenda tonight, the traffic calming project in Old West Lawrence. And the last traffic control item is the traffic circulation plans for each school during pickup and drop off, and that's more in the school district court, but they have provided maps for most of the schools, if not all, available at the link on the right. So moving down to comfortable crossing items. Again, the school area traffic control policy was part of that, which was officially adopted in August of 21. Integrate safe routes improvements into the non-motorized prioritization program, and that was completed. And that non-motorized program is an ongoing program that you all see typically multiple times a year in one fashion or another. And then develop a pedestrian crossing evaluation, and that's actually another item that's on the agenda tonight is the crossing improvement policy that we've been working on for the last several months. Moving down to the crossing guard section. So we have, I think all of these items are kind of rolled into the school area traffic control policy, which includes the section on adult crossing guards and where we place guards and how we evaluate locations and requests. So the first item is to only place guards on designated safe routes, which that's in the policy now. Develop the evaluation timeline and process, which we've established that again within the policy and have kind of had our first full round of that evaluation and request process last year. And then we also did establish the, I guess, periodic evaluations and requests and an annual request process, again, as part of the policy, and has been fully realized starting last year with the whole process for new requests and periodic evaluation. Okay, so constructing, maintaining routes, so prioritizing sidewalk gaps on both sides of arterial collector streets, one side local streets, bikeways, ADA, crossing improvements on established routes. Again, the city has done their part to incorporate those kind of criteria into our programs and policies to prioritize those routes, and then that does filter through development projects. Consider maintenance and code compliance of bicycle and pedestrian facilities, condition and operating budgets, prioritize maintenance along safe routes. Again, that has been included into our sidewalk improvement program. That I believe safe routes score higher in the scoring of those projects. And working together, we did develop and execute a memorandum of understanding with the city and the school district, just giving some more solid guidelines of how we work together on the Safe Routes program, and established the Safe Routes Working Group that had existed kind of before the plan, but it's a little more formal with some of the policy that we've added to the plan and other plans, and we are working or meeting regularly with the working group. So our next section is develop a walking and biking culture. So we have established walk and bike to school days, and that's a coordination with the school district and the health department. Programs and events to encourage walking and bicycling can include marathon clubs, Girls in Gear, Girls on the Run, and incentive programs. We didn't get, I guess, a response from our school district representative on the items that were purely in their court, but I guess anecdotally some of these things are happening, but not sure of the extent of if we have, full penetration in all schools with all of the programs. Continue to teach pedestrian safety education, pursue more robust curriculum, and we did get an update that the school district and health department have updated that curriculum. Continue to teach bike education safety. Again, the status was ongoing, that we do have a program in the schools with the bike fleet. Integrate biking, walking, public transit education in all subject areas. Again, unfortunately, we didn't have an update on that one. Maintain Be Active Safe Routes, and that website has been maintained and updated. Integrate the bike-friendly driver training into driver's education for young drivers. That one we didn't have we have not made progress on that one. And develop simple encouragement walking and biking route maps. And again, we do have those encouragement maps. I believe they were added as part, they are included in the school area traffic control policy. And I know they're distributed to most of the schools that I've been in. Create a guide for establishing walking school buses or bike trains. And again, that's another item that I know we've discussed in this group, and haven't made concrete progress with the working group on getting those kind of alternate items established. So we're down to the tracking progress section. Conduct parent surveys every 5 years, and again, that's been completed as promised. I believe 2019 was the last round, and so scheduled for 2024. Inventory sidewalk and bikeway network annually, and that is, I guess, part of our mapping process. That we do keep track of our sidewalk and bikeway network, and continue to conduct student travel tallies each semester, and again, a partnership with the health department and school district, and that is ongoing and as promised. And then the last couple items are other best practices, and I believe both of them we I think have not made progress on yet, with the appoint a school champion for each school and consider the overall transportation system, including walkability and bikeability, before new schools are sited or boundary changes are made. And I guess that one could technically be not applicable for those kind of changes haven't happened since the plan was adopted. So I think that's the kind of overview of the items in the action plan and where we stand on them. And we did have our guest, Vicki Colley-Akers, who's helping with the health department items, if we have any questions specific for her. And Jessica, I know, has a lot of background on these items as well. Any questions or discussion?
Sure, yeah.
And this could be a question for Vicky too, on the third point under tracking process, where you are tracking student travel tallies. It says that the reports, or I guess, yeah, the data was collected and reported out March 2023. Where can we access that? Like, is that on a portal with the health department, or is that on Lawrence website somewhere?
I can answer that. Hi, I'm Vicki Kelley-Akers, Director of Policy and Planning at Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. We are waiting on the approval for the school district to send that out. We're sending it to Building Champions first, and then we'll be adding it to the Be Active Safe Routes website.
Gotcha, thank you.
And just out of curiosity, what kind of data is collected for that? Is that sort of the mode share between all students? Is it a point in time count, or is it over the course of the semester?
It's akin to a point in time count. So during specific designated days, teachers ask the students how they got to school that day and how they are getting home that day. But it's multiple days during that designated week that's done across all 3 school districts in Douglas County.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, since the semester span both warm and cold times, is it done like kind of half and half, or how does it change?
Sure. We do it twice a year. So the first time is in late September, and we are generally standardized across years for when that's conducted. And we usually try to make sure that it happens before bike walk school days, so that the little burst associated with those kind of special occasions doesn't affect our measures. So we do this in late September, and then we will do it in late April this year again. So twice a year. Twice the school year, excuse me.
Okay, cool. Anybody else have questions?
Yeah, I have a question about the bike safety instruction in schools. That question had come up a while back, and we'd heard a lot about it at one point, and I hadn't heard whether that was still going on now. Is that still happening in the elementary schools for? And I know it rotated from school to school, and I think it was at 4th or 5th grade, something like that. I don't know if that's a question for you, Vicki, or Jessica, do you know?
I can get us started maybe, and Jessica can add in. It is done consistently in multiple elementary grades. I believe it's 4th and 5th grade, but I am feeling a tiny bit of uncertainty about that. And it is done throughout the, in particular, USD 497. And then Baldwin, I believe, added a bike fleet last year to add that into their curriculum as well. Jessica, do you want to add?
That's about as much as I know. That I believe it's still happening, and it was 4th and 5th grade. And I think also Eudora has a fleet they've acquired also. But yeah.
The second question I had about I was reading about incorporating the bike safety stuff in driver education. Who's taking the lead on that? How will that happen? I saw that in the matrix, but I wasn't sure how that would move forward and who will be targeted, for distribution of that kind of training.
So admittedly, you can see it's the Safe Routes to School Working Group, and that is not something we've even broached or had the capacity to broach at this point in time.
Okay.
That actually I have a question on that, and it just predates me and how long I've been on the commission. Who sits on the SRTS working group?
I was going to ask that too, actually, because I forget.
So it's a collection of the partners that are involved in the MOU or actively working on implementing safe routes. And currently that includes engineering. It includes Parks and Rec. It includes MPO. It includes us as transportation planners. It includes Vicki and her role from public health. It has a district administrator from USD 497 and another educator programmer staff. I'm not exactly sure exactly what Denise's role is. We have had over time some other different members like law enforcement, communications like a PIO. Am I missing anyone, Dustin? Crossing guards. So parking staff who oversees the crossing guard program. I think that's mostly it. You guys can fill in if I'm missing someone.
Are those meetings public?
No, they're internal staff meetings.
Okay.
So it sounded like, Dustin, there were a couple of items that were hard to get a read on what the status is due to either they don't get brought up frequently at the Safe Routes to School committee or it's just been a while since anybody's talked about them. I think we discussed a while ago at one point, maybe trying to do some kind of joint meeting or have somebody from us go to them or the other way around. Do you guys remember what our thoughts were on that? There was some call for increased collaboration. I forget how we went about it, but perhaps that could be a way to kind of get more information on, I guess, just how these things are being implemented, especially the ones that are more on US 497's plate rather than cities.
So my recollection of it is in our last conversation about this, that was one of the ideas suggested, and we settled on, before we go there, let's just kind of get a status update line by line.
Okay.
So
that helps.
I think we didn't exclude the idea. We just said,
yeah,
let's not jump there.
Like first, let's figure out what's going on. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. That makes more sense. Good. Okay. So I guess now that we have a better idea of what's going on, do we want to discuss plans for what's next or kind of digest it for a little bit?
Well, one thing I was hoping to see, which I don't, and I don't know if it's just that it's too difficult to get this, is clarity around what the budget needs are to encourage more progress on this. And is that something that just the information was hard to come up with, or like is there any way we can get clear on if a barrier is funding, like which of these items would require a dedicated funding stream? Like the school champions, I know historically that was there was funding that was provided to schools to incentivize the selection of a school champion. That's just an example. I know the purchasing of the bike fleets also required funds. It sounds like everyone has bike fleets now, but is there a need to maintain bikes? Is there a need for more bike fleet, more bikes? Like, is there a way to get clear on kind of gaps in funding that maybe we could, wrestle with that and figure out, is there a way we can at least put a number out there?
Okay. Might have to ask Dave for help on that, because as I understand, there's not really any dedicated funding for
Yeah, it just
a lot of the
depends on
safe
what it
routes.
is.
I think the
And I
only
don't-
dedicated funding would be the crossing guards, right? So that was kind of how we got this started last time, was kind of recognizing the crossing guards are situated within this context. And if we thought about the safe routes as a program that has, lots of needs, one being funding, like, are there other things that are, related to funding that we need to be mindful of? Instead of, I just feel like right now we haven't ever framed it that way. Crossing guards are framed as their own little thing, yet they are part of this effort to help kids get safely to school and back. So if we can think about like the totality of the program, then we might also be able to get clearer on the funding that the program needs. And similar to the neighborhood traffic management program, a few years ago that didn't exist, there wasn't a budget line for it. Could we get to the point where safe routes is kind of regarded in the same way? It has a budget, and predominantly perhaps it goes for crossing guards. There's a capital budget tied to capital improvement projects, et cetera.
Dave, what were you going to say
Oh,
earlier?
I was just going to say, yeah, it probably just depends on what action item. I think, the USD 497 action items in the plan, I don't know how much time and cost they put towards those different programs. And so they would have to weigh in on that. Some of these things that the city does, we just do in kind with staff, the tallies, the counts, the analysis. There's certainly a cost there, but we absorb that. So I don't know as far as, I don't know if there's anything on here that's similar to the adult crossing guards, other than maybe some educational type efforts. But it's just having staff dedicated to be able to do that. So I don't know if USD 497, if they have the capacity to do that work or not, some of this work. But yeah, I think as far as most of the things on the list that the city is a champion on, I think we've followed up on the majority, if not all of them, and are working on those action items.
It does seem to be generally kind of a one-sided agreement. I recall when the Safe Routes to School overall plan was up for discussion, almost all of it seemed like was funded by the city. And pretty much nothing was funded by the school, if I recall correctly. Like not crossing guards, not bikes, not infrastructure, not anything.
Well, the city funds the crossing guards.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, like appoint a school champion for each school. I don't know if that could be someone that's a volunteer and not, maybe there wouldn't be a cost to it, but it would be the school district would need to take the lead on that, just get that organized. And so I don't know, I can't really speak to, what the cost would be, and the city has no intentions on taking over any of the things that are in the school district's court.
Yep.
We don't have the capacity to do that. And so overall, I think we've made some good progress on a lot of these things, and I think when this plan gets updated again in Jessica, 2 years, 3 years, we'll probably have these conversations again, and
Yeah, I mean, there will be some interim, possibly pending amendments. Every time boundaries change, there's a provision in the plan to amend the affected schools' evaluation of routes. And so with current conversations that USD 497 is having, we've made a request for some of the data we're going to need as a preemptive to know that we're going to have a short timeline to turn around something, and need to develop both not only the technical work, but also some sort of public process or some sort of process that we can allow people to see what we've done and have an opportunity to respond to and comment on. And before we request kind of final amendment to those plans that could affect a lot of the things you're working on in relationship to projects on the non-motorized prioritization list and gaps. And so that's on our radar, is work that we anticipate doing with pending conversation about boundary changes, and not knowing how many schools will have changes in boundaries that will require any of those types of conversations or work. But other than that, it takes a lot of capacity on our behalf to even carry out the commitment that we have around updating data for mapping and continued progress on these city commitments for safe routes to school in terms of the crossing guard evaluation and a lot of those elements. And I would say probably there's not a lot, much more capacity to do other things. Vicki, I know you guys have some other funding that you have some programmatic, or you've taken programmatic approaches that have varied over time to that. I don't know if you want to speak a little more about other things that you have in mind or that you're working on.
Sure. Thank you, Jessica. We do have some funding that's flow down through the federal government. And through that, we support some communications around walk to bike to school days, as well as just the communications aspects of the Be Active Safe Routes, for example, and the support for the travel tallies, as well as report outs. We do envision kind of shifting gears. We have been focused on the curriculum that's mentioned here, but Brian kind of referred to past efforts to secure champions, and we're interested in kind of getting back to supporting building level changes to policies and environments that might be more supportive of biking and walking. And we'll be proposing that in our next round of funding that's called Chronic Disease Risk Reduction Funding.
Hey, Vicki, just to follow up on that last thing that you said, you were going to propose building level changes. Do you mean like physical structural changes, like parking should look like this, school drop off, or am I reading that wrong?
No, I think that it would be policy things, but it could include things like their drop off policies, or whether or not children are allowed to, there are different age gradients at different elementary schools of who can walk and bike. So we're going to look at that. We're in the process of trying to deploy a survey to each of the elementary school buildings that would help us better understand the presence of best practices at each building. And I think Dustin kind of referred to a gap in our own knowledge earlier when referring to the bike, walk, train, and other kinds of activities that are happening at the building level. So we'd like to better understand what's happening at the building level and then do some work to strengthen what's happening at the building level.
So I want to talk about them more in terms of figuring out what I guess is needed. Like you were saying, like where are we at? Where would we like to be? And what is missing? Is it bandwidth? Is it dollars? Is it people? But before I go on, Vicki, did you say something about controls on what grades can bike and walk? I don't know if I want to define that without you doing it first. What did you mean by that?
I believe this is determined at the building level. There are different policies about what age levels are allowed to walk and bike to school. So, for example, for some schools, it starts at third grade that they're encouraged to walk and bike to school, and that younger grades aren't really supposed to. And so that's one of the encouragement E's, I think, that we'd be interested in changing. Or supporting differently, I guess, is a better way of framing that. Does that make sense?
It does now, and that's what I thought you were going to say. I've never heard of a policy that prohibits children from walking or biking to a place. That's wild. Do you mean like unaccompanied, or is it like a liability thing? The school district or somebody doesn't want to be responsible for a kid's injury or death? Or that's wild.
Yeah.
So like if a parent wants to walk a kid, is that cool, or they just can't?
I believe so. I think it's intended to be the unaccompanied part,
Okay.
but in general, I think it raises, it raises questions in parents' minds about whether or not, and again, we're trying to think about the building as an environment that encourages walking and biking and trying to make arrangements in that environment to amplify the encouragement aspect.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's something I think would be good to talk about eventually, just because I mean, for the rest of you, I know a lot of us are from different places, have kids or no kids at different ages. Is that something that everybody is familiar with? Because I've never heard of this before.
Absolutely.
Okay. Has it been around for a long time, or is this like a last 10 years thing? Okay. Because growing up, it was not. So like you can do whatever you want.
My kids are in middle school now, but yeah, that was a policy.
So like the whole idea
With this, and this is a bit of a tangent, the save our schools, neighborhood schools are the best. Like, I mean, there's a decent amount of schools situated in neighborhoods that are relatively walkable, right? And I'm not advocating for 5-year-old children to start walking to school on their own, but if there's, I don't know, it just seems kind of counterintuitive to trying to have neighborhood schools that facilitate easy transportation while also mandating that children are driven for the most part, thus creating more safety problems that we're trying to avoid in the first place. Like, it doesn't seem like it's been very holistically thought of, but that's what we're doing here, right? I mean, trying to cover all the bases. So that's very interesting. So it seems to me that we're coming to a natural next step, which, Charlie, your first proposal was to see where we are, and Dustin has given us that, and we've gotten good insight from the others on the phone of, what is currently happening right now? What do we think are the general shortcomings? We know bandwidth is an issue, we know funding is an issue. It would be nice to maybe put numbers on it, and this is sort of a segue into the next part of our study session, which is 2022 work plan, or is it 23 work plan?
23.
It is 23, okay. So one of the things that I've heard could be of interest for the next year and a couple of years is, what is it, the infrastructure sales tax, or there's some sort of special fund that's going to sunset in 2027 or something? Is that right?
29.
Yeah, sales tax goes to 29.
Okay. So, it may be helpful to start thinking about the future of how we're going to fund stuff in the future. And since this is an infrastructure thing that probably could use some funding, it's nice to kind of keep this in mind while we try to figure out how the future of funding looks like for non-car infrastructure. So, but to do that, we need to know what's needed first, right? And I don't think we necessarily have a great handle on that, other than a general idea of there's not enough people, time, or dollars.
So I have a couple things. First, I'll just put it out there. It concerns me that the school district is seemingly not that involved in the project anymore. And I'm just observing that they're not on the call. It sounds, Dustin, like you had a difficult time even getting information back from them. So to me, that's a problem we need to think about. Like, how do we support their engagement or re-engagement? And I know they're dealing with a lot right now, like everyone, but we're all probably paying attention to the news, and they've got some real challenges. So how do we kind of address kind of their lack of engagement, I guess, would be a problem or an issue. And then this is a little different, but I noticed around the developing the walking and biking culture that there's one mention of public transit in there about the integrating the bike walking and public transit education into all subject areas. And given that this is the year for free transit, it just feels like there's an opportunity, but I don't know how to really, encourage taking advantage of that opportunity if the school district is not in a good position to do anything with it.
Would that be able to go into the lines about like integrating biking, walking into the curriculum? Like, what's one more mode, right?
Well,
like
I
education
think
safety.
so. I mean, I think when you have good public transit, people use
Easier.
public transit, then they're just naturally more active. My kids, I taught them at the beginning of the school year how to use the city bus to get home from school, so I wouldn't have to leave work every afternoon to pick them up. And, you know, they walk on those days because they have to. They don't get dropped off in front of our house.
Mhm.
So we know that, you know, transit is a supportive strategy for walking and biking. So, and I would think that transit is, out of all the modes, it's got to be one of the safest modes out there. It doesn't raise concerns around crossing streets, right? People get on a bus, and generally parents feel like their kids are pretty safe.
It's only once you get
Maybe-
off the bus, right?
Maybe there's some other concerns we haven't really picked up on in terms of public transit versus a school bus, and maybe that'd be useful to learn about if parents are reluctant for their kids to use the public transit.
Yeah.
Just my own experience, public transit is not coordinated very well with the bus schedule at, well, I only know of one middle school, so, you know, the time that the middle school gets out and then the elementary school next to it gets out, it can cause some pretty serious traffic congestion because of the dismissal times. And the bus has, on a couple of occasions, literally driven right by my kids. Because, you know, they don't want to create a safety hazard by asking kids to walk out in the middle of the road when the bus can't pull over because cars are in the way. So I understand that, and we've figured out a way around it. You know, essentially they have to walk to a different bus stop. But I would think there's a lot that hasn't been explored between, you know, our transit and our school busing. And we do this with the university, apparently, but I don't know how much.
Like coordinate with the class times?
I don't know, we always hear about KU transit and city transit being integrated or at least coordinated or something, but I haven't heard much about how the city does that with the school district. And I would wonder if there's more we can learn about that. And if there's, you know, anything done, if it's all intentional, then help us understand that. But maybe it's an accident that the schedule is the way it is. I think it's intentional that they do have bus stops in front of the schools.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's intentional on their schedule. Right.
Would that be something that's covered in the, what's it called, the circulation plan or something? Yeah, circulation map and plan for each school. Is that the kind of thing where transit would be incorporated into it? Or is that just like cars, bikes, walking? And schools?
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, that's what it is currently.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
could be expanded to include transit as part of the circulation plan, just like what your kids are experiencing in terms of being able to get on the bus and
That's
it-
yeah, that seems like a
advice
good.
on where they could get on the bus safely.
I had a note on my chicken scratch here about evaluation of the circulation plans. I don't know what everyone else's experience with dropping kids off or picking them up,
I haven't reached that part
but
of it.
it's kind of a mess.
I was the one who got dropped off a couple years ago.
It's kind of a mess, at least from my personal experience, and I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a way to think about the circulation map and plan inclusive of transit as a area for it that needs attention.
I think the whole subject is just kind of wacky because it did not always used to be this way. There were school buses. I don't know if there were in Lawrence, but there were school buses. Kids walked, kids biked. You didn't need to have parents to drop you off. I don't know when things changed or if it was gradual over the course of the last 20 years. But I mean, I'm not particularly old, and it was not like that when I was a kid in a pretty car-dependent suburb too. So I don't. Was it because we got rid of school buses? Was there a bout of stranger danger that gripped society? Like, what happened to switch us to essentially a nation at this point of people who drive their kids to school, all of their kids, right?
And part of it is the boundaries that they set, and those did get changed, in terms of how far away from the school you need to live.
2.5 miles now?
2.5 miles
pretty far.
now. That didn't used to be that far, so there's got to be some other solution, for kids who are,
Yeah.
1.5 to 2.5 miles away from school or more.
But I
Well,
mean,
with school choice coming out in, what, 24, 25 school year, kids from out of the district can come into our district.
interesting.
And with the conversations we're already having about closing schools, I imagine that's going to make it even more likely people are going to live outside of the 2.5 miles to get transported by school bus.
But it seems like the trick is those who are within 2.5 miles, right? Because they don't qualify for school bus, right?
Right.
So like, 2.5 miles is kind of
Yeah,
far.
I say that backwards.
Yeah, that's pretty far. But yeah, it's all very strange to me. So,
Well, I don't think for the school choice, which is not happening this coming year, but it'll happen the year after that, anyone that's outside the district that applies to come into our district, they'll have to, I think that's part of the requirement. They
gotta drive
parents have
themselves.
to figure out how to get in there.
yeah, there's no way that busing would be efficient for that disperse of a population.
I do wonder on the school busing, like, how much of that, is there any discussion with the transit system about, I mean, trying something different? We're 0.2 miles too far, or too close, I mean.
Yeah, that's obnoxious.
Yet I'm sure my kids could walk over to the local school bus stop and get on, so it's not, it does feel a little bit of a, not a joke, but
Arbitrary.
yeah. And, the city bus doesn't doesn't use the same bus stops in the neighborhoods, so I wonder how differently, if they work together, what they could propose that might be more efficient in terms of picking up more kids in neighborhoods and reducing the number of cars that are showing up in front of schools.
So Charlie, I know there's been some restrictions there. The Federal Transit Administration prevents public
Transit systems from providing charter service, which competes with private bus operators. And so there are some provisions that transit can't compete in a way. It has to have like a public advertised service. It can't coordinate like just a student only service, because that's considered charter service and it's illegal. So I know there's some caution across communities and why you don't see maybe services specifically targeted to students only is to prevent conflict with charter regulations.
So thanks for explaining that, Jessica. I guess I hadn't thought about it being student only. It's more about how to, cities that have really good public transit, I assume the kids that are getting to school on public transit are doing it with anyone else that uses public transit. So
Right.
that's where I thought earlier, like maybe there's a problem with like the attitudes people have around public transit and not wanting their kid to be on public transit to get to and from school.
That was one of the things I wanted to ask about with the parent survey. Is the kind of information collected in that, like why you send your kid to school in X way and not Y or Z way? Because that'd be super useful in trying to figure out what are the barriers that people have or think they have to, get their kid to school on time.
And if you think of the number of parents who do not use transit, they're not familiar with
Right.
it, and probably are not comfortable sending their kid to the
Right.
bus stop because they're not educated about it.
If you don't eat your veggies, don't be surprised if your kid doesn't eat it, right? It's
I did
very
have,
simple.
So I did ask my kids to try to get some of their friends to use the bus, and
How'd that go?
I got a little bit of the, why are you doing this? I said, well, because I think it's a good life skill, especially middle schoolers. They should know how to use the bus to get anywhere they need to instead of
It's freedom,
harassing their parents for a ride,
right?
I would think.
You can do whatever you want.
I guess this is kind of related in a sense, but let's say the two schools do end up closing. What is it, Pickaninny and Broken Arrow? How does this get impacted by that? Because all these circulation maps change, as we go through each middle school, and I'm sure that, and then it kind of ties into what Charlie was saying earlier. If the school district is already not quote unquote engaged here, suddenly now we've got two less schools. How does that relationship adjust from like our perspective, and also the city's perspective, and how can, I guess, we plan for that? I know obviously the public hearings are later in the month, and we may not end up closing those schools, but I feel like we're kind of in a state where we're having these really good conversations on, like, you know, circulation and that stuff. But if these schools do close, then these conversations are, you know, get trumped by that, because suddenly our whole strategy has to shift, and that now we don't. The circulation maps are all wrong. So like this last year's work.
The circulation map is actually for the movement right around the school itself.
Right,
And
right.
the other maps, the safe routes encouragement maps, are for like how people would be encouraged to walk or bike to school.
Sure, sure.
So the circulation map is mostly like, once you arrive near the school, what's the path you're supposed to follow if you're driving or walking or biking, or if we
On
can
the
get
bus
transit in
or-
there, like if that's, you know, how people are getting to the school, like it's more of a site-specific thing.
Right. No, and I was looking at them. I guess with 2 schools closing, then the influx of people going into those schools changes, and there's going to be more traffic in those areas.
Yeah, and I think the school district has the data of where the students live and how the boundaries would be redrawn. I don't know if they know how exactly they'd be redrawn, but we would look at that data with them, with our maps. Jessica?
So when I mentioned earlier that we've requested data from the city or from USD 497 already, it's
In preparation for us understanding that there are proposed boundary changes. And in our Safe Routes to School plan, we have a provision that amendments will need to happen with boundary changes. So we have a process, if you look through the Safe Routes to School plan, where we map anonymous student data to look for student densities. And then we use our modeling and our network to understand how those students from each of those addresses would funnel into the schools to create a priority set of routes, which we identify as that school's Safe Routes to School routes. And so those are the routes then that if there's gaps, we identify for prioritization in non-motorized funding to fill them, right? And if there's need to encouragement, that would lead to changes then in either the encouragement or traffic circulation maps based on our conversation of those conditions that we would anticipate changing. And that's what I was talking about. We know we're gonna have a short timeline to turn those processes around based on pending conversations that are happening with the school district. And so we will be back to do that work with the community. You'll be involved in that because we will be bringing back at some point in that process, either draft or proposed amendments to the Safe Routes to School plan based on those changes. I would also just add in relation to Nick's comment earlier, if you want to see what parents told us, go to Appendix A in the Safe Routes to School plan. It starts on page 48 of the PDF, and you can find every response from the parent surveys that we got when we developed this plan, and all the questions we asked about barriers that people experience, what grade they allowed kids to walk or bike to school, what things are barriers or motivating factors. And then we had a lot of open-ended responses too. And you can read all of those that we got as part of that process if you want more insight about where parents stood on some of those issues. That helped us make some of the recommendations we made in relationship to the action planning that we targeted, that you're looking at today in terms of what we considered trying to move on.
Thanks. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I think that was pretty helpful for contextualizing the, I guess, potential issue, right? We don't know what's going to happen, but
Just how practical is it to think that Lawrence Transit could make changes in their scheduling to kind of flex up during, the early part of the morning and then maybe in the afternoon to give more kids an opportunity to ride the bus to get home or to go to school?
Yeah, Charlie, I don't feel comfortable answering that question. I'd want to have a conversation with Adam Weigel, our parking and transit director. I do know as part of route redesign, I think, schools as a destination was one of many conversations they had about community service in terms of route redesign, but I wasn't involved in all those conversations. And so I think that would need to include him or PTAC.
That's fair. I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, I appreciate it, but I would defer to him on that.
Well, I wonder, like, the school district is going to obviously have to do more busing if they shut down schools. And how much of that cost is gonna, how much is their cost gonna go up? And if kids would take public transit, that would save the district money. It might get more kids to actually use and understand public transit. But the public transit as it is probably not geared to their needs as much as it would need to be to really get them to use it. So.
Yeah, and in the scheme of things, I'm not sure how realistic it is for that in terms of demand.
In terms of boundaries, and I mean, there's a lot of probably factors that feed into that. And now with a transit central station, you know what I mean, and transfers and a lot of other factors that I think probably play into how well that would work. It's more than just a single factor, which is why I think that's a larger conversation that would need to be had.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if that's moving every year, that's a moving target. So one of the reasons that transit's interlined with KU is because KU operates millions of dollars of transit service also. So they're a transit provider. KU Transportation Services, just like the city of Lawrence, is a transit provider. And so their coordination really happens in interlining of routes because they are both funding service. And so some routes have service funded by both providers to operate the similar alignment, just at different times or with different frequencies. And so, that's a heavily coordinated conversation because there's a lot of money involved from both players on each side, and the need to move people and efficiency. So it's possible there could always be more players in that in the future, but that would need to be a larger community conversation and have Adam involved.
I've got a dumb question about how the bureaucracy works with city governance. How does this commission interact with PTAC? Because I know PTAC is its own committee, but we're a commission. So that's why I figured I'd ask a general question, because I know that they recommend, bus lanes, and they're looking at the central the central station project on the 13th and stuff like that. I'm looking at their agenda now. How do we, work with them? Because I know we kind of deal with transportation as a whole, but they may be more specific.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing that's written down as far as how we interact with them. We've had members of this body also on PTAC in the past. So there's been, things that have been on PTAC's agenda. We've provided updates on them on our agenda, because there's certainly some cross, between the two boards on things. But I think as the city's looking at all of the boards, we're looking at ways to maybe integrate boards or reduce the number and coordinate. So that's an ongoing discussion right now. So there may be some changes in the future that may make it easier to coordinate.
I think in the recent past, Adam has come to maybe two meetings a year, two or three, to just kind of give an update on what's going on.
Yeah.
And we were, they brought the central station plans to us to review and make recommendations that, we weren't voting on it, but making recommendations for, the alternatives that were presented. And so, that we saw those plans in advance, to work with them. So that's another example of more recent history as far as coordinating with them.
Gosh, that's very helpful, especially as we're talking about public transit. I figured I'd ask just to make sure I was super clear.
Yeah.
So since we're coming up on the top of the hour and we actually still have one more item on study session, I think we should probably wrap this particular one up and maybe come to some sort of agreement on what our action items should be, or if we want any. It seems to me like it'd be good to get additional information on if we can quantify what's causing the shortcomings in any programs or line items that aren't being fully implemented, like, is it resources, people power, or money, or time? Does that sound like something we could collectively put forth as a question? But I don't know how realistic it is for you to get that information from the state of the school. Do they know?
So maybe
Do we need to directly talk with them at this point and kind of dive deeper and figure out what's going on? How do we do that, right?
I guess I would say that just kind of compiling the update of all the items on the list was a helpful exercise for the group to get a feel for where we stood on those items. And yeah, I see the blank statuses, and those are the ones I want to dig into at our next meeting.
I mean, I think we've cleared up that the stuff that's been making progress is from the city side and the health department side, whereas the stuff that's maybe not making so much progress is from USD side, USD 497. So I don't know how we get more information from that, especially if we can't easily engage with them. Do you have any suggestions, Dustin? Or just hope that they get back to emails, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah, we include them in our meetings, and they should be an active participant. We have a MOU with them that doesn't require them to be at the meetings, but it encourages them to. And so as we're continuing to work on our action plan and we come to revising this plan again, it can be an elevated discussion maybe. But
Okay.
Until then, we'll continue to strongly encourage participation. Maybe it may, there's a lot going on with the school district right now. It might just be the timing, and so I don't have the answer for sure. But
Do they just not send a representative to meetings anymore? Is that what's been going on?
I think they've attended some meetings, but not all. So I mean, they're not completely absent in work, so they've participated. So I don't want to come across that they haven't done anything, but
It has seemed to
think
kinda
it's-
correspond to the timing of their larger discussion they're having but, if not at the meeting, we reach out via email and they do respond. And,
Okay.
like Jessica asked for the data with the, understanding that we're probably going to have a lot of work to do in a short time, and they were responsive to that. But
Okay. I guess in that case, I'm satisfied for the time being that we've done as much of investigation as can be done, and by we I mean staff. But any other final comments before we move on to work plan stuff?
I think there's no easy answer here, but
No.
it does feel like the biggest challenge is the school district's involvement.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Dustin, thanks very much for walking us through, and
Sure.
thank you, Jessica and Vicky, for answering our questions too. Thanks. So our next and last item on the study session, since we have a twofer here, is it looks like the 2022 MMTC work plan. Is that meant to be kind of a look back on what we did this year?
Yes.
Okay. So we're usually supposed to be done by 6:15 when we would directly transfer to our new meeting. Do we have enough time to go over this, you think, or?
we can go over what we have.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we attached the work plan from last year, and absent of having our retreat or pushing it off until we had a more fuller board, wanted to start talking about things coming up for this year. So on the calendar, that's also attached to the agenda item down at the bottom, as we've done in previous years, we've kind of put some things that will be coming up here in the near future, and so we've added a few things to there. So there's, as you can see, there's a lot of things that we already anticipate will be on staff workload going on here this year. And so if there's something, if there's something on there that you think's missing, or things you want to have a discussion about, or it's things that are not on there, we could start talking about that, and that might help guide our agendas here in the near future. So
I don't know. I hate to do this, but since we had such a lively discussion on the other item, I would almost say, given the lack of time that we have in order to not shortchange what is a pretty full agenda coming up, it may serve to punt this to April as our study session, which is currently empty. So we can then do both a recap of what happened in 2022, kind of how did we do, almost like a very mini retreat. Like, did we get close? Did we actually check the boxes that we said that we would? And then start to formulate a 2023 plan. I don't expect we'll get through all of that in a single study session, but at least we can start thinking about it. Because, that usually happens at the retreat, and if it's not going to happen for an undisclosed amount of time, we should probably try to do it. So, any thoughts on that? Sort of born out of practicality here. Because I feel like I would just totally rush through it in 5 minutes and miss a lot of stuff.
15 minutes will be
I don't think it's enough.
tough.
So.
that works for us. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. I know it's kind of continually continuing to push it later, but that's where we are. So.
Is there any update in terms of replacements for, to fill vacant spots? Do you have any idea?
I haven't heard.
Yeah, the notification process seems kind of odd. Like, there's sort of people apply, there's a black box, and then you guys find out. And then at our next meeting, there's a new person. So it's an odd process. But every time I talk to somebody who's interested in transportation, I say, we do have open spots. It'd be great to have some more interested people on this committee. I don't know if they ever remember that, but anyway. All right, well, in that case, any other final comments on school stuff or work plan stuff that's not happening on this meeting? If not, we'll call the study session, take a reasonable break, and come back here at 6:15. Who am I waiting on this?
Members over here, right above the.
Not like I have a gavel here. Kurt, are you good over there? Okay. All right. Who, you want me to start off?
We're ready.
All right. I don't have a gavel, but I'm going to call this thing to order with a fake gavel. Welcome, everybody, to the official agenda part of the March 6th Multi-modal Transportation Commission meeting. We have a pretty packed agenda, so I'm just going to jump right into it. But first, I think, is there any preamble that needs to?
No, we covered it for fourth day session.
So I thought, okay, we're good to go. Well, in that case, we're going to jump right into approval of the minutes from December. So, does anybody on the commission have any changes, questions, comments that they want to add first? All right, in that case, I'll entertain a motion.
I move we approve the December 5th, 2022 meeting minutes.
A second?
Motion by Commissioner Bryan and a second by Commissioner Collette. Shall we go down the line as roll call, or?
You can,
What would you
we're not doing roll call anymore, so you can just take the.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Cool.
Good.
All in favor. So, unanimous. All right, Part C, general public comment. I'll read this out real quick. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues that are not scheduled on the regular agenda. Public comment will not be received for staff items, commission items, or calendar as a general rule. Each person or organization will be limited to 3 minutes. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss nor debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented at this time. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments to the commission. Is anybody in the room going to make general public comment? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Todd Sutton. I live at 1404 Lawrence Avenue, and I'd like to just comment on the upcoming discussion that you'll be having on the Old West Lawrence pilot program.
Sorry, sir. Unfortunately, this particular section of public comment is for things that aren't on the agenda. And since this is on the agenda, then I would ask that you hold till the next agenda item, which is going to be...
There is an opportunity for public comment during that discussion then?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I should have clarified that. So every item does have its own section. Thanks for understanding. Okay. Okay, so is there anybody on the phone or online who would like to make a general public comment? I don't see any hands raised, so we are going to move right on to the main agenda. Part D agenda items. Number 1 is consider providing a recommendation to the City Commission for permanent traffic calming installations in the Old West Lawrence neighborhood. So, Dustin, take it away.
Sure. Thank you. Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with Municipal Services and Operations. So I'll just start with kind of a recap of the project, how we got where we are. We started about 1.5 years ago working with the Old West Lawrence neighborhood to develop and implement a plan for permanent traffic calming on a neighborhood-wide scale. The first time the city's attempted this on a neighborhood. And so we've, at this point, been through 3 pilot tests of different traffic calming installations and collected before and after data on each iteration, and use that data to inform our decisions on what we're recommending for permanent installation. So we did have a recommendation for permanent install of the speed humps, cushions, and chicanes that were piloted as version 3, but the neighborhood traffic safety team asked for more time to further evaluate the traffic circles that were part of version 3. So in the interim, the neighborhood traffic safety team has, completed their further evaluation, and we met to discuss their observations. And they did indicate a strong indication of safer driving behavior with the circles in place at the intersections versus the intersections that didn't have the circles. And so then, following that conversation, the neighborhood requested that we add the circles into the project for the permanent install. And so
when you say circles, do you mean circles with stop signs or circles on their own?
They would be a city standard traffic circle, which would not have stop signs.
Okay.
And so that's the recommendation I'm bringing tonight, is to move forward with design and construction for the speed humps and speed cushions and chicanes as part of the 2023 Neighborhood Traffic Management Program budget. And then pursue the circles for design and construction out of the 2024 Neighborhood Traffic Management Program budget. I guess reminder that the annual budget is $300,000, and the speed humps and chicanes that we would want to start on this year would be a cost estimate of $189,000, and then the circles for the 2024 budget is around $142,000. So I think that's the highlights of what we've done and where we are. I guess share the map as we open it up for discussion. So again, this is kind of a zoomed in view of the neighborhood that generally encompasses 6th to 9th Street between Michigan and Tennessee, and several new speed humps or speed cushions. Again, the difference between a speed hump and a cushion is the cushion has the wheel paths through it for emergency vehicles. And then 7 permanent traffic circles is included in this recommendation. But I guess, I know we talked a little bit in December, but kind of the big question from our end as part of the recommendation is kind of how much of our $300,000 budget we want to spend in each year, or if we need to maybe parse it up into smaller pieces that could maybe better be accommodated within the 300,000, or I know we can accommodate the rest of the program with what I've proposed for these 2 years.
Okay. Do we want to have any specific questions for Dustin? So I'm assuming that is JEO going to have a quick, overview of the final report, or is the Neighborhood Traffic Committee, what's your guys' official name again? The
Traffic Safety.
Is there going to be some short presentations from them too? So should we just wait till the end, or what was the plan?
I would like to make a couple very brief comments when you guys are ready.
Okay.
You wanted?
Okay, and JEO isn't here?
No, the final report is just kind of a addendum to the whole project, overview of the project.
Yeah, it didn't seem like there was anything particularly new in there. I just figured I'd ask them.
Correct.
That was next.
Yep.
Okay. Any questions from the commission for Dustin at this point?
I just have a quick question. So you said chicanes, and then I'm looking on the map, and I don't see that on the legend. Is it?
You are correct. Yep. I apologize. That's an omission on my part, but it would
Or
be
they
the
just
chicanes that were piloted as part of version 3. I believe, what were there, 6 of them?
So they're just not on the map, but they are
Correct, yep.
in the proposal.
Again, I apologize for that.
No worries. So here's what I'm thinking. I would like to hear from a representative of the neighborhood first with a quick, what do you think, 5-10 minutes at the most? Just to kind of hear from you guys as a united front. And then from there, I at least have a couple questions for both city and neighborhood that I think could be answered by either of you guys. So if that's okay with you, I'll start with that.
Hi, Charlie Sedlock, 630 Indiana. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks, staff, Dustin, Dave, everybody. It's been a long process. We really appreciate everyone's willingness to work, the creativity, and your willingness to listen and let us all craft a solution that really ultimately gets at one main goal: safety and a strong neighborhood. And so everything we've done meets a strategic plan within the city. And just one quick item. We agree with the city's recommendation, but I will tell you that you challenged us to go out and observe what was going on at the traffic circles without stop signs and with stop signs. And so we did that. And so while I wouldn't want to put it up to a hardcore statistical analysis, we do have folks in the neighborhood that do that. And we found about a 0.8 correlation on traffic circles, or monuments, as we like to call them, with stop signs versus without. And so it has a major impact in how folks treat those. I'm sure there's some driver psychology that Dave and Dustin and others can share with us, but it's effective. It helps protect pedestrians and it helps protect bicyclists. So anyway, thank you for your time. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer. We have a number of representatives and we have a whole team probably watching on TV too.
Okay.
Thanks.
Maybe it would actually be good to get public comment first so we can kind of get everything up in the open and then debate that. Would that be a fair thing? Okay. Sorry, Dustin. Does anybody in the room have public comment for this item?
No, I have signed in here already, so I'll go ahead. I have looked through I have an engineering background myself as a civil engineer, although I claim no traffic expertise. But I do appreciate the efforts that the city staff and JSO has put together. I can appreciate the difficulty of the tasks that they and you have handled in going through here. A couple of items on their report. Well, first, my subjective opinion on some of the effectiveness of these items. The most effective traffic control I find in Old West Lawrence are the brick streets. And obviously those aren't some part of a solution, but they are highly effective. Beyond that, I put in stop signs, the speed bumps, and traffic circles with a caveat, if you will. I think the chicane style, if I understand it correct, chokers are poorly effective. The radar speed signs ineffective. And I thought the diagonal diverters that were attempted were close to a disaster. They certainly changed the traffic pattern, but I'm not sure they calmed it. With that regard, I would like to draw your attention to page 28 of the report, which speaks about the traffic circles. And I only note in there that the one that the report has referenced is far different than the ones that were put out there. My concern on traffic circles are whether you have enough room in there to effectively slow the traffic, but still allow the still allow the traffic to get around there. I'm not sure traffic circles are a great solution in that neighborhood. And then on the next page, 29, if you'll observe that the chokers that were pictured there again, are far different than the chokers that were used in the test program. The ones that are depicted do not divert traffic into oncoming traffic. The ones that were in place were, and that's why I downgrade those in particular. With that, I'll move on to the lessons learned, just to bring that forward in importance as you finish your evaluation and look forward in future neighborhoods. What struck me in the first bullet item of the lessons learned was the final clause in there that reads, such efforts may be better led by neutral interests such as city community engagement staff. That resonated with me in that regard. The next bullet item, taking on a project as large as a full neighborhood might have been a mistake. I'd be curious how much conversation the engineers had about that as to whether it was a mistake or just might have been a mistake. Their item about defining criteria for success will vary by project. That seems quite self-evident in there, as do several of the additional items in there. I'm not sure why these were lessons learned in this project. Through my life experiences, many of those are lessons learned all the way along that should have been already known. The next to final comment in there about including the scope of each project for further study, the statement that rang true for me in there is that perhaps the solution to the problem may be doing nothing. And as you look at spending tax dollars for future traffic circles in the neighborhood, I'm not sure that they are cost effective for the size that you can put in there and the impact that they may have. I appreciate all your efforts in addressing this topic and neighborhood efforts, the efforts of the engineer staff, the efforts of the engineers. It's not been an easy task, I'm sure, and I appreciate you listening to my comments. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other comments from in the room?
When we hit 3 minutes, do you want me to just stop?
Yes. Is it possible to put it on that timer? That would be helpful. But if not, I can just keep check on my computer because.
Is there a remote over there?
If not, that's okay. I can just do it on the computer. I just gotta be more diligent.
Just keep track.
Yeah, I can do it.
I'll track on my phone.
Okay. Sorry.
My name's Sydney Sutton, and the chicane at 630 Mississippi has caused my son with a lot of distress. It has been hit. I think it was October 29th. The homeless person almost got hit in front of it. My son has been twice arrested at 630 in front of that chicane. He doesn't feel that it has enough information to make it safe. He has OCD and has a hard time sleeping at night thinking somebody's going to hit it and get hurt. And so I feel that the chicanes are not effective, and it's causing my son a lot of stress. Thank you. Oh, and I was really glad in the new map that we saw today, there was no chicanes in the map. So I thought maybe that was a smart thing. Maybe that wasn't going to work. So I would love to see the chicanes left. We went to trial with my son on Thursday for trying to remove the chicane in front of his house on December 7th. He was in jail on Tuesday for trying to protest naked, and he has a court case on March 23rd, again, over the distress of this chicane. So it is caused, and we didn't, the police didn't let him make a phone call. We didn't know where he was 20 hours. So we finally called the jail and said he was there. So it has just been a nightmare for us. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments in the room before we move to online? Okay. Anybody online? John?
You can hear me now, right?
Yep.
I moved to the I moved to 7th and Michigan in the year 2000, and I biked to and from KU, and later I commuted on 7th Street across town for years. At the time that I started biking 7th Street, I believe there were 3 stop signs. Now I think you'll find there are only 3 intersections without stop signs. when they widened 6th Street, I was foolish enough to think that I had an expressway downtown. And the very first time I took it, I got right hooked. Now, I'm a very experienced cyclist, and I wasn't hurt because I was prepared for a right hook, but other cyclists weren't. Now, apparently, you didn't have any time for public comment over the school issue. I might have had something useful to say to you, but what's called the Idaho stop, or the safety stop, would be a very good thing on 7th Street. It's a green on the bike map, but it's not a route that you'd want to take. And as the gentleman said, on 8th Street, there's a washboard there that would keep any cyclist or any speeder from wanting to use it as an alternative. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Is there any additional public comment in the room or online? Okay.
Let's bring it back up. Mission. So I feel like since both the neighborhood and the city and the consultant have all kind of had a part in this, I think it would probably be fair to ask questions of all three or directed, towards the whole, if that's okay. So if anybody wants to kick us off, I can stay back for a sec.
I had a question. So I know that one of the public comments made a reference that the traffic circle in the document is different than the ones that were implemented. I assume that the test ones that we actually went through and implemented had a specific guideline. Can you go through that and kind of clarify any potential issues there or concern?
Sure. Yeah, so I think what was provided in the report as an example is more of a generic, definition of a traffic calming device, but to size the devices that are out there now and that we would do as a permanent install, we do have guidelines of how large that inner diameter circle is, to allow the larger vehicles to navigate the intersection, and that was based on the guidelines, but I also did check the turn movements that were provided by the fire department so that they're able to navigate those circles the way they need to. But then you would also have a larger diameter apron in the permanent condition that we weren't able to mimic, I guess, with the temporary materials we had. So I would, expect that the permanent circles would be even more effective than what's out there now, because they would have that larger diameter apron to really squeeze down the smaller vehicles more. But again, with allowing enough room between the circle and the curb lines for vehicles to navigate safely.
That answers it. Thank you so much.
Dustin, I had a question about the winter installations. I know the last time we talked about this feels like forever ago, but it was December or November even. And there was concern that snowplows may either damage or not be able to get around the installations. Do you know if any of that was a problem? I know we haven't had a lot of snow this winter, so it's kind of hard to say, right? But
I'm not sure if we've actually had an event that required plowing.
It doesn't seem like it.
If there was, I did not hear back that any of them were damaged or.
Okay. So kind of moot point, I guess, really no info to check, so oh well. But if they're going in permanently, then the concrete should hold up pretty well, right? Like they're not going to impede anything necessarily?
Correct, yeah, it would.
Okay.
Because we have done these devices other locations, so I feel comfortable with that.
Okay. I wanted to dig into the circle stop sign combos because this is kind of a fascinating deviation from what's normally allowed. So it sounds like the neighborhood noticed this high correlation between basically better behavior and the stop circle combo. I guess, is there any way that if we can attribute that to long-term success or just people freaking out not knowing what to do? Because when I drive through, for example, I see a stop sign, I'm not going to be the guy to run a stop sign, even if there's a circle and it's probably okay. I don't know what the rules are, right? So I'll definitely stop for a stop sign. But then I'm just going to move through it slower. But I recall discussion last time that that's not necessarily a MUTCD compliant traffic device. Is that correct? Or is it just not commonly done?
The circle itself becomes the device, and so then the stop signs are not, I guess, required, and we would not put them at a circle, because that's, again, and it is, I think, impossible to parse the effect. Is it confusion?
Yeah.
Because it's not typical to come up to a stop sign with a circle, or is, the circle helping reinforce the stop?
Did you say the stop is not required or it's not allowed?
It's not warranted.
Not warranted, okay. So, I mean...
Stop signs should be installed if they meet warrants. We don't typically review intersections and remove them if they become unwarranted.
Yeah.
But we just, but if we're going to go back and redo the intersection, we would want to do it to make sure that it met warrants and also be consistent. Consistency is important too. In safety and expectations, driver expectations, and all the traffic circles we have in Lawrence.
So
none of them, they're all yield.
So I'm not a traffic engineer, obviously, but based on all that I've read about behavior in traffic, it's that consistency actually breeds familiarity and makes it easier to kind of flaunt the rules because you're so used to speeding and you're so used to going quickly right on red. Whereas the feeling like you don't know what you're doing or feeling like you might be doing something unsafe tends to breed a sense of danger in drivers, which makes them slow down if they have a functioning brain. Some don't, some go crazy anyway. But generally speaking, there's a reason why people on really tiny streets go slower, people on mountain passes go slower if there's a lot of crazy signs that they can't read the language of. So, I mean, I understand that consistency is good for maybe maintenance and for expectations of how we fund stuff, but I don't know if I fully buy into that it's better for safety necessarily. But that being said, since the traffic circles aren't even poised to be constructed till 2024 anyway, right? Or 2025, I forget what it was. They're on the later side, right? If like you said, you typically don't take out stop signs if they're unwarranted unless you're redoing the intersection, would it be fair to leave them up in the meantime? Wait a second. But if the traffic circles are temporary, we're gonna have to move them to another neighborhood, right? Is that what's going to happen in the meantime? It's kind of a complicated question here.
Yeah, we haven't decided that, to be honest. And the stop signs we're not going to change any signage till permanent installation goes in.
That's kind of what I figured.
We left the signs up because the circles are not large enough, so we didn't want to change that.
Okay.
We're kind of doing a hybrid approach right now. Because we couldn't really, again, mimic the full effect of the circle with the temporary material.
So I guess where I'm going with this is that if we're not going to do it immediately, would it be helpful to leave them up for a little bit longer just to see if there truly isn't what's it called, like inurement? Like once people get used to it, then they kind of stop caring and they just go as fast as they did on other stop signs. That would require a lot more neighborhood input to see if you guys want to collect more data. That's a lot of work, right? But if it's something that you feel strongly about, then maybe we can negotiate. I don't know. Does anyone in the commission have strong feelings one way or another?
I guess I'm not inclined to want to extend this any further. It feels like we've come to an agreement, and in parts of town where there are plenty of traffic circles, what I observe is that they do slow traffic, and they don't need stop signs, and that seems to be the standard. So I'm happy to hear that you guys are understanding that, and that, we're going to have a neighborhood that looks like other neighborhoods that have traffic circles. So I think the only exception I recall is the one on the other side of campus that had for a year stop signs. And that was another one of those, we made some accommodations, but it was intended to conform eventually. So.
I'm kind of with Charlie on this one. I think it's about time that we kind of move forward. But I did have a question. There are 7 traffic circles in this test design. How many of them had stop signs with them? Did they all have stops? I got confused for a second there.
They all had at least stops in one direct, or two-way stops, and I believe it was split almost as evenly as you can with 7. It was, I believe, 4 all-way stops and 3 two-way stops.
Okay, thank you. I mean, overall, I'm really appreciative that the neighborhood is taking the time to really adjust to these types of changes. And I think that the feedback that we've gotten is really important. I guess I've never experienced a circle with a stop sign. I will admit I am a newer driver, especially with the grand scheme of things. But I think, especially with other circles that we've seen across town, and also the ones on campus, it makes sense to sort of just get rid of the stop signs and move forward.
Can I offer just a quick comment?
Sure.
So, first of all, we're all for consistency as long as we're able to have our pedestrians and bicyclists be safe. I'm with ham companies. We've built roundabouts that are huge all over the place. We know how they move traffic. And in this area, we're just concerned about the distraction of going around the roundabout or trying to navigate without any signs to slow down. I do think if a roundabout without stop signs were designed to be quite robust with this apron, that it could accomplish this to protect pedestrians and bicyclists. So I think I'm speaking for the neighborhood here, a little bit, over my skis on this, but we would like for the temporary devices to stay in just because we would like to keep the traffic, handled as is and calmed as is if those devices are not needed for a critical other install. And then I'm not suggesting that we need a ton of more data or anything, but we could work with the city to, on the design to make sure it meets their criteria, but also protects pedestrians and bicyclists.
I could add quickly. Just the circles would have advanced signs that, the traffic circle icon and with an advisory speed. So you wouldn't just come into it completely blind. You would have that advanced warning sign that there's a circle.
So I guess is that more for a night? Because otherwise these are all straight streets. Like presumably you just see it, right? Unless it's like really flat and it doesn't have any planters or trees or anything in the middle of it. Is that something that METCD requires to have an approach sign, or is that just practice in general?
I believe for a circle, you do need the warning sign that there's a circle coming up, because you don't have the stop or the yield at the intersection. And there would also be object marker in the circle itself.
Right. Yeah, like some kind of reflective thing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just add a couple of comments. Kyle Johnson, 705 Main. This is probably the most complicated issue that we're wrestling with now, and we're very appreciative of all the time and energy that's gone towards this. I think what we're trying to avoid, though, is if we take those signs out, that people don't just kind of shoot through the neighborhood and just kind of jog around the, circle. And I think that's where the design comes, the circle design will have a big impact on that. So, not all circles are the same. So we just wouldn't want to somehow lose safety by just yanking the stop signs and thinking that we're set. And because of the nature of the neighborhood, it being a grid system and in such a, situated between 6th and 9th, it's an area that people certainly want to cut through from 6th to 9th and from 9th to 6th. And so, to your point, Nick, about people getting into a habit, if I feel like I can just dive down Mississippi or Indiana or whatever and not have to be careful, then the unfortunate byproduct is, while a circle may work really well someplace with no stop sign, because that's the standard practice, it may ultimately impact safety if that circle is not properly restrictive. So anyway, we're appreciative, but we just want to make sure that we really do our due diligence when it comes to the design of these circles, because it could have a pretty profound impact one way or the other.
Yep. So it sounds like then there's a bit of an agreement between the neighborhood and the city in that if the geometry is such that it slows cars so much that stop signs are rather unnecessary, should be okay? That's a compromise? Okay.
I guess, sorry. Just add one. Katie Oliver, 824 Arkansas. I think one of our probably biggest unknowns right now with this project is the impact of the campus, stadium development and whatever's happening there. Obviously, we're very much in the dark about that, but it could have a significant impact on how traffic flows north to south, south to north in our neighborhood. And so I think if we can agree to leave these temporary traffic calming circles with our stop signs until we can figure out the permanent design, make sure it's restrictive enough, and especially really figure out what KU has in mind as far as this entrance, this North Campus entrance, it would be really good to continue to really evaluate those temporary devices with the stop signs. Thank you.
Yeah. Dustin, would it be fair to leave them up until we need to use them at a different neighborhood? Because like a couple of us have said, like moving along is kind of the next step, right? I mean, this has been a really good experience in terms of learning what needs to be done to get buy-in and try a couple different things, see if they work. But eventually we're going to have to get a different neighborhood lined up. So I don't know if that's a topic for this discussion or some other week, but do we anticipate having to reuse those things relatively soon?
I would say not soon, but
okay.
And I appreciate the conversation about leaving them and especially with the unknowns of the KU, but that decision would be above me, so I can't commit one way or other.
Okay.
Tonight.
Well, as long as it wouldn't screw up your schedule, that may be something that we take into account to direct staff, or I guess at this point we're directing City Commission, right? To say, here's what we recommend, potentially leave these things as they are until we get a permanent solution. Just a hypothetical, we're not there yet, but okay. What else do I have? I was curious about the chicanes. They've been brought up a couple times. I remember the last time we were here, Charlie, you brought up something about changing the angles of them to see if they affected traffic flow at all. Did you get a chance to do that over the winter? Or did they stay put pretty much?
They stayed put. We did not get a chance to extend them any further. We do think that, possibly anywhere from a 12 to 18-inch extension of the device. Adding signs, which I've showed the draft designs in the PowerPoint that you guys have in your packet. We've been researching those and looking at those in other cities and physically measured them in other cities. But long-winded answer is no, but we do think they could be slightly more effective. We think the signage will have a big effect. We have team members here that are very involved in the design, but we're happy to, get more advice there and help to further refine that. That is part of the safety that we want to convey in the neighborhood, and that we even heard that from one of the commenters, is that we want to be very welcoming. We also want it to be safe, so it'll be highly reflective, and the verbiage per the PowerPoint.
Sorry, just before you leave, do you think that they've been generally effective in slowing traffic or deterring it or anything? Just from personal experience, they don't seem to stick out into the road particularly a lot.
We do feel they have been effective. We do advocate that they come out into the roadway a little bit more. They are sacrificial. We want all of the emergency vehicles to be able to maintain speed, and if they need to be sacrificed, that's fine. But we are looking for a shift. It's been proven when you have a horizontal shift in traffic that you slow down. It also will announce the neighborhood with very, very cost-effective signs. We can have a local company do those, keep those very cheap.
Okay. So Dustin, that sounds like that would be a slight change in the design from temporary to permanent. Is that right? To make them a little bit.
Those details would be, have some additional work during the design phase on what the permanent device would look like.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll jump in a little bit. We haven't had a whole lot of discussion on these sign design ideas, but we don't have any intentions on installing specific neighborhood signs with this project. And I think that would set a precedent for other neighborhoods too. So I think continue to have conversations on that in the future, but we don't intend to design any specific signs for this project.
Mm-hmm.
The neighborhood would be happy to chip in and advise on that.
Would they be allowed to install signs as long as they're compliant with city sign code, METCD, whatever?
we're not in favor of installing signs, additional signs that may not be warranted and may not meet MUTCD standards. So we're thinking about not just the installation, but long-term maintenance as well, and so.
Yeah.
Probably going to impact effectiveness.
Anybody else on the commission? I don't want to take up the entire floor here.
I just want to ask for clarification, the speed signs, the radar speed signs, is that in the recommendation or is that not?
Not as a permanent install.
Okay.
We could potentially leave those, again, in the interim until we get to the permanent condition on Main.
Are those data collectors as well?
Correct.
Okay.
They collect speed and volume.
Is there, can you explain why they're not permanent or why they wouldn't be recommended as permanent?
I guess my concern with recommending those permanently is we haven't had them in place in a permanent condition to see how the durability and maintenance demand is on them. I mean, I guess the ones on Main are going on a year or so.
Mm-hmm.
Generally good reliability, but don't have the long term.
I guess I'm curious mostly because of the data. Is it helping you to monitor the traffic conditions on Main Street?
It's a supplement to the more robust data we collected, as part of the before and after. But generally, again, the signs have been on Main Street the whole time, and generally the speeds have normalized on Main, after we did, I guess we included those with the iteration 2 install, speed volume normalized and then moved to iteration 3, and there was an adjustment period and then it normalized again, but it's been fairly consistent.
Is the normalization because of the signs? Like if you turn them off, do you think that you'd have different data collected? I'm assuming when you turn them off, you can still run the data collection.
Correct. And I personally have seen the signs are effective at reducing speeds. But I guess these specific ones haven't been turned off to see if there's a rebound.
I mean, the stuff I've read about these signs is they are considered highly effective, so I'm concerned a bit about that not being included, and I'm wondering if there's any way to identify like what is the contribution it makes. It's my understanding most people aren't familiar enough with them to know that while the feedback can be turned off, it can still function as a data collection tool. I'd be curious if you guys were to turn it off and sort of then observe the data, would you discover, oh, people are going to go speeding again now? So if there's a way for us to figure that out, that would be helpful.
I think with and without the speed bump, Haley runs 810 West 8. I think without the speed bumps right now, I think you get factors there too.
That's a good point.
The speed bumps aren't there right now as well.
Mm-hmm.
And as the guy from Maine, I guess I
Guys, if you're going to speak, you need to come up to the mic. So
just get it on the.
I'm sorry.
Just so folks.
No, you can speak
here, please.
It just doesn't get on the record or whatever.
Yeah.
Haley Bruns, 810 West 8. I think that if we take them on and off, we would have to consider, they were there when we had speed bumps on, and they were on, and now they're on with speed bumps off. So you would be looking at what you're going to compare with when you take them off.
So we'd actually have some data. I'm assuming you go back and look at the data before and after the removal of the speed bump to see did that change anything.
We should be able to, yes.
And then to turn that feedback off, you could then discover our speed starting to climb. You're probably tired of studying this, but
I was going to say it.
Yeah, our scope with the consultant is exhausted.
is the
With JEO.
is the consultant required to do to look at the data that you get from that?
They were, yeah. I mean, they've been included in the data review, but to have ongoing data collection or review would take the extra scope and fee, which at this point we're just trying to move on with the project. But so we're, and I don't know. I thought we had turned the signs off for a while, or maybe that was a different area. That was probably a different street. Yeah.
I think we left these on the whole time.
Okay. So, sorry.
Kyle Johnson, Main Street. I stupidly assumed that they were in the plan. I think Maine wants them because I think they are effective. I don't know how much they cost. I assume they pale in comparison to permanent installed concrete and other things, but I'm strongly in favor of them.
35,000. Just spitballing, like what would it cost to?
The feedback sign?
15,000.
I believe they're 5,000.
5,000. Okay. Well, I mean, I think it's important if the pilot has had them, and I guess I'd like to know if they're effective or not, and if they are, then it seems like they ought to be included in the permanent installation.
Tricky.
So, I mean, personally, I'm in favor of trying to wrap this up on this session. So as much as I want to dive into data, I think what you said earlier, I think still stands in that it's, you know, we're so close to the end. It seems like it's kind of the right time to, you know, go for it. But I don't know.
Is it just the one sign?
We have one each direction.
So $10,000 total?
Cheaper than I would have guessed. So I'm still kind of stuck on these chicanes because they don't seem super effective in their current position, and we don't really have the time or effort, at least from staff or consultant, of course, to check if they would work better in a different configuration. And then there's the personal story that we've heard from our commenters as well. I mean, is there any, I guess, room for negotiation? Like maybe we move up the traffic circles and then, you know, change the chicanes to something else. I don't know how we deal with this. Does anybody have any particularly wise suggestions for how to spend the money the most appropriately?
Well, I mean, just to confirm, the chicanes that you're recommending, are they the same as on page 36? So it's like in the appendix they're shown.
I think you're correct.
And then I think
can pull
it'd
it up
help people
quickly.
just wrap our heads around it if we knew more along like what the permanent design would look like. I mean, I think what's throwing a lot of people off is that the temporary one is so unlike probably what the permanent install will look like. Would you agree with that? Like,
When ready, we'd like to offer up something on the sheet when you guys are ready.
You said page 36 of the report?
of the,
Or the PDF?
so that's JEO's page number. Total PDF number was 59 of 169.
Yeah, I think I have it here if I can share.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay. I apologize. What was the specific question again?
So were these locations the ones that you're recommending today for permanent?
Correct. The orange.
And then the next question, I guess I just was looking for a sense of what the permanent ones would look like, especially in relation to like what the temporary ones look like.
So the permanent chicane would be a similar footprint, which I believe they start at the existing curb line and then extend out into the street. Was it approximately 8 feet, I think, and then approximately 2 feet wide. And the permanent appearance would be similar to what's at 7th and Tennessee, with concrete curb and gutter and stamped concrete on the top, or the concrete devices there on 21st Street at the Bike Boulevard. That's the appearance that
Gotcha.
would
So
be.
it's
And
like
then,
an extension of a curb, basically, and
yeah, these have, I guess they're more abrupt. There's not a kind of a taper into it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But again, that is a detail that could be refined with the design process.
Right.
And just to make sure that they don't currently extend it to the travel lanes at all? They're called half-lane chicanes, but there is parking on these streets, right? So presumably that's like a 3/4 lane, right?
They extend approximately 8 feet from the existing curb, but most of the streets do have on-street parking on the same side.
Okay.
I believe the specific one on the 600 block of Mississippi does not have parking on that side. So it's a little different appearance than I think most of the other ones do have parking on the same side. But it is, yeah, generally the kind of same amount that you would navigate around a parked vehicle.
That's what I was going to say. Like, I don't mean to be cynical. It sounds like they serve the same purpose.
Has that narrowing effect on the traffic.
So I hate to throw a wrench in your budget gears, but I'm starting to lean towards maybe not doing the chicanes at this point simply because they probably cost money. And then maybe we can move up the construction of circles and or add radar signs back in. That's just an initial thought. I'm not kind of married to it, but what does the commission think?
I guess.
Oh, sorry.
Something very much related to that, if I could.
Yeah, you had said a while ago you wanted to say something about it. And then Todd, you'll be next.
Just real
Todd, right?
quickly,
Okay.
given the activity that's forthcoming from KU, actually in our meetings with Dustin, we were actually discussing the possibility of front-loading the project with the other devices and back-loading with the half-lane choker chicanes. Because if you're putting half-lane choker chicanes closer to 9th Street and there's something, looming out there that may end up being, completely sacrificial. And one thing we've always said is that we want to be fiscally prudent with everybody's money in this process. And so we would actually advocate, since a little more work needs to be probably done on the chicanes vis-a-vis the amount of protrusion into the lane to get maximum effectiveness. And it's something that the TST has brought up many times. Also signage. We totally feel for everybody's story with regard to these, but these have been used elsewhere, and we've studied this for months and have hundreds of man hours combined tied up in all this, and we're also in the streets every day. So we would very much think that we could backload it and further study those as a neighborhood and accomplish all of the goals without sacrificing them.
Okay. Todd?
Can we get back to the map that you had of the plan?
Sure. And also, just as kind of a logistics aside here, for all those of you who are familiar with MMTC meetings and other public meetings, this is not typically how we run things. Things are a little strange here, but at this point, I'm kind of just happy that a neighborhood is engaged enough to want to talk about this constructively, so I'm kind of letting things slide. Just FYI, in the future may not always be like this, but kind of breaking with decorum here for a sec.
So, there we go. My understanding is there had been chokers at both ends of Mississippi that are now shown as speed bumps, and there were chokers over on Missouri and Arkansas that are now shown as speed bumps. So I'm not sure where these chokers, they seem to have been eliminated from the plan recommended here. I'm confused as to why they're now back in conversation here now.
It sounds like it was generally just an error in omission of the chicanes not making it into the final proposed map, but they are in the report from the consultant. And they are shown at the north end and the bottom end of Indiana and what appears to be Mississippi. Is that correct? Are those ones?
I apologize. I omitted those from the map inadvertently, but I did include them in the text of the recommendation.
And also the top of Illinois and the bottom of Arkansas. That's the 6, I think. That appears to be right. So yeah, they are there. They're just not explicitly shown in this particular agenda attachment. So.
As I said, I find the choker construction far more dangerous in that you're diverting traffic from one direction into oncoming traffic. There's not that much traffic through most of these streets that they're going to hit in a head-on collision, but it just violates the general principle of driving patterns to be forcing somebody across into an oncoming lane of traffic. And I don't think they're
Are you familiar?
I don't think their traffic calming perspective is balanced properly against their increased danger and issue that way.
Okay. If I may just offer the example of a type of street that's found throughout Lawrence and really throughout the country, where it's ostensibly a two-way in either direction, but parking is allowed on both sides, so the center travel lanes end up being almost half lanes anyway. So if it's fully parked and loaded on either side, you really do have to go into oncoming traffic and kind of take turns and be courteous to people oncoming, and that slows traffic like crazy.
And these streets are far more narrow than what was depicted in the report example in there. And I understand that that was just a characteristic example, but the streets in Lawrence and in this part of Lawrence are narrow enough that you can't have if you have the parking and 2 lanes of traffic, the parking represented by the choker, it's the purpose of the choker is effective in terms of causing everybody to slow down, but if they don't slow down enough and aren't careful enough, that's where the traffic accidents start arising from.
So how do you propose we deal with this on streets that already do have a natural constriction where people do have to face oncoming and take turns and slow down? Because that situation exists all over the city already.
I agree it does, and it exists on Lawrence Avenue that I live on. I think the characteristic that has been missed in these trials is that if a car was parked where each one of those was, people would see it, it would be visible. A construction like what was used during the testing and what is being proposed is far less visible unless you get the sort of signage that the traffic circles have with the big yellow diamonds and stuff like that on them. And I'm not sure where that whole plan is going that way.
Were there no reflective stanchions on these? I thought they were black curbs, but...
They have the white poles coming up about 3 feet off the ground with a reflector on it. The effectiveness of that is what I question, and I don't see being very effective. And as somebody mentioned them being sacrificial, they have been hit and knocked down, and at that point they're not there for the next person coming along.
Are they flexible and bounce back up, Dustin?
They're intended to, yeah.
So, I mean, in that case, it's either a sacrificial of somebody's parked car or a sacrificial plastic piece that pops back up and can be replaced with minimal cost and insurance claims. I mean, I'm not saying I fully agree with these things. I don't think in their current situation they're doing exactly what they're supposed to, because they're just kind of too passive almost. You know, like a parked car is almost more effective because you actually have to go around it. So I'm I'm not fully disagreeing with you. I'm just pushing back on a couple of points based on the landscape of traffic around the city. So, but I do appreciate your perspective, of course. All right. Commission? Oh, okay.
I'm Sydney Sutton. We drove all through West Lawrence today and sort of checked things out. The other part that bothers my son is for them to go around the chicane, they have to go across a yellow line. So the painting on the street, and Grant gets into this thing about being legal and illegal, and he goes, so they have to legally go around the chicane and to oncoming traffic. So, I mean, there's some things that, I mean, it's gotten a lot better, because at one point, with the Sutton lecture that happened about a year ago, my sons took 15 minutes going around with all the right-hand turns that were in there. And so it's just kind of been a mess.
If there was no yellow line, do you think it would be a better situation? Because in the situation I was describing, there is often no yellow line. 13th Street, for example, or Lawrence Avenue south of West Campus.
Well, if you had sort of a white line that sort of showed, you know, the two sides of the traffic. But right now, the way the street is painted is not appropriate for where the chicane is.
Dustin, do you think that that would be part of the change in the final design, just to make sure that people don't feel like they're violating stuff? Kind of like with the stop sign traffic circle, right? Like to make it more clear, I guess. I mean, obviously you're not at that point, right?
Definitely with design, we would make sure we didn't have any of those conflicts where we would force you to violate one traffic law to obey the other.
Okay, that's kind of what I figured, but just wanted to make sure.
I'm just a little confused. So I'm hearing that the chicane is no bigger than a parked car?
Generally.
And to go around a parked car, why would someone need to go into oncoming traffic? Like, is it?
It's a narrow road, it sounds like.
So is it? Help me understand where the location is. That would give me a chance to look at the map.
So this is the 600 block of Mississippi, I think right around 615. And I think, you know, as Nick mentioned, it creates a similar effect to where you have parked vehicles on both sides, and that leaves roughly around 14 to 16 feet in the middle. And most people are not comfortable, you know, going two ways with a 16-foot roadway, so they take turns.
Yeah, which is, I mean, doesn't the law allow you to cross the yellow line as long as there's no oncoming traffic? I mean, that's what, you know, with a bicyclist, you know, drivers need to leave a 3-foot cushion on the left side of a bicyclist. They have to cross the yellow line, but of course they have to yield to any oncoming traffic. So, I mean, I think that's legal. That's, you know, that would be in lots of places around town. And
So I guess is there a yellow line on this street? 'Cause I don't recall yellow lines being in the middle of residential streets.
No.
At 9th and Mississippi coming south or northbound on 9th, from 9th Street, northbound on Mississippi, there's a double yellow line along that first part.
There's a short one for the signal at 9th Street to.
For the turn.
Yeah,
okay.
I guess I'm sort of the opinion that if the representatives of the neighborhoods don't have any strong stances against the implementation of the chicanes, I personally won't. Assuming you all are, you know, have been duly chosen to represent your neighborhoods, as long as, you know, the general consensus is that they're okay and staff seems to agree that implementation is okay, you know, I don't really have an issue with it. I do think that maybe if it's possible to push up the traffic circles, that's great. But if it's not, I understand. But I think, you know, looking at this debate as a whole, I am leaning towards trusting the folks who have been involved through the process the entire time. So I think, personally, I'm fine with it.
So say we did want to switch chicanes to traffic circles, budget-wise, that flip-flops things significantly. That would probably be more like $250,000 up front and maybe $80,000 in the end, which is pretty out of whack with what we would otherwise be spending in the NTMP. Is that right? So that creates that problem.
Yeah, don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but yeah, taking more out of the 2023 $300,000 budget would be a challenge to complete the rest of the program items.
Yeah.
I think if it's a major budget challenge, then, I'm comfortable with moving forward with this, unless there's any more outspoken comment on it. That's kind of how I generally feel about it.
Yeah.
If it was a possibility, sure, but if it's 250 and versus what is this, 189, that's a pretty significant financial spike.
How's the rest of the commission feeling? Stay the course or make major tweaks?
I feel like staying the course at this point, with budget implications. I think my opinion would be to continue. The neighborhood supports it, and
What about the traffic signs radars or the speed feedback and radars? They don't appear to be particularly expensive. Would it be worth proposing to include those in the 2024 construction budget?
I'm personally a fan of those, but I know that's a biased take. So I mean, I guess I would like to see if the neighborhood reps who are.
For the sake of fiscal prudence, our advice is to, if you need to phase this, delay the chicane half chokers due to what's coming from KU and focus more on the speed humps and traffic monument circles. I would hate for the city and us and everybody to spend those tax dollars on those chicanes, and then especially the ones that are closer to 9th Street, we find out that something different is needed, or KU is doing something different with regard to the stadium. So we want everything to be budget friendly. We understand phasing, but that's our take.
So since the traffic circles are so much more expensive than everything else.
Sorry, they were saying, if it can just be done half and half, let the engineers figure out which devices, but go ahead.
Would it be reasonable to keep the traffic circles for installation 2024 simply because just those 7 would represent almost half the entire neighborhood traffic management plan budget in 2024? So I don't think we could combine them early. I think they would have to come later unless you wanted to flip-flop everything, simply because of the limitations of the budget. So would it be okay then to ditch the chicanes in 2023, shift them to 2024, or perhaps later if need be, and put the radar speed signs instead in 2023? Does that sound like a compromise here?
Speed bumps and signs right now then?
Bumps, humps, and signs, and then chicanes and
sounds like a song.
Opening Tuesday, and then chicanes and circles in 2024.
I think that's great.
Dustin, is that realistic though?
Yeah, I'd be curious to know if the city would even want to be recommending, because I know you said we don't have those permanently installed typically. I mean,
what about the one on Leonard? Because that looks pretty permanent. It's on like 28th on Leonard. Are we allowed to install this permanently? Is there any weird thing we're violating?
Yeah,
There's not. We haven't installed a permanent one before, so it's the precedent. And if you install one here, where do you start installing them and why?
Yeah.
So that would be the only concern I would have. I'm not opposed to them. I've seen them in other communities. We just haven't said this is where they're appropriate and where they're not. I think, after a while, if you're not doing enforcement, it's just like an ordinary stop sign.
Right.
That's just my opinion. So I think it's, I've seen them in other places. They may work fine. I'm not opposed to trying them.
I guess I would say maybe the biggest challenge, in addition to the unknown reliability long term, is we only have 4 of them, and we have a huge demand for them. People love them. So,
and just so I'm clear too, like those are temporary.
Yeah.
So we would have put in a more permanent pole mounted. And so we wouldn't be using any of the temporary ones as a permanent, so we're all clear.
Yeah, would that be more than 5,000 then? Because I'm assuming the temporaries are the 5,000 that you quoted, right?
Correct.
So-
Yep.
okay.
I didn't make that connection.
Yeah, we'd need to look at it and how they're powered, and if we can get, I've seen some that are solar powered, and if that's feasible, and if that's not, then it might be more to run power to them. So I think but those are things that we would get into with the design.
Okay.
A lot of these things, we're not asking you to,
Okay. So let's move that to the parking lot.
So next step is to see actual design plans for the work? Is that?
Well, the next step would be to take the recommendation to the city commission, get approval, get a designer on board, and then we would have design plans. So it's a few steps down the road.
I guess I think especially since this is early in kind of doing these types of changes from like a neighborhood perspective, I assume we can bring back signs at some point if we want. I'm a little bit hesitant to kind of put it in last minute, especially since they're not a part of the official recommendation. I do think that they are a good asset to curbing speeding in communities, so it's something that I would like to see in the future. If it's not here today, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. But I'm kind of the opinion that I think I'm comfortable with what the staff has provided today.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion? I feel like we're there. If you want, I can do it.
Is it? I'm not familiar with Robert's rules. Is I move to I move for agenda item 1 for passage.
Well, so we have to
more or less?
construct a detailed recommendation. So if
Sure.
you want to try, based on what we've discussed so far, the way you think that the commission's kind of leaning, and to try to please as many as we can, you'll basically just give a recommendation for what the city commission should do with staff's recommendation. And if you're not comfortable with that, no worries. I can do it this time.
How about you do it this time, and then I'll follow next time.
No judgment. I've been doing this for a couple of years now. So, okay. I would motion that we recommend to the city commission to largely keep the budget timeline and installations that the city is that staff has recommended, except for the chicanes, which should be moved to 2024. And until construction has happened, to keep circles and stop signs in place until final construction. I think that's everything, right? We're not doing radars yet.
What about the radars?
Not going to deal with them just
Okay.
yet. Because we kind of have no idea what the cost for that's going to be yet.
The half-lane chokers in place as well.
Yeah, would it be okay for staff to keep other?
I mean, as far as the temporary devices, we're not asking for recommendation on that. You can give it to us. I mean, our maintenance staff is concerned about leaving them up.
Mm-hmm.
They're concerned. They spend a lot of money putting them up, repairing them, people taking them out. So we're not asking you that tonight, but we can look at moving up the chokers or moving them back in 24 if that's your direction. But I think if you're asking to swap out the traffic circles and move those up into this year, then we might not have the budget to do it.
Right.
And might not have the ability to get it designed and constructed this year.
Right, and that's why the motion was in the other direction, to shift stuff away from 2023.
Yeah, and when we say 23 budget, at this point now, I mean, it's March and design, we're looking at realistically spring of 24 to get the first installation completed, just to be conservative, I would say.
Okay.
Depending on timeline and getting approvals and design and all that, it's going to take some time, so.
Speed bumps? All right. Well, in that case, I guess the timeline in the agenda item is a little bit, I guess, expeditious then. So, okay.
That's the budgeted dollars, but I say as far as construction goes, we could get it budgeted this year, get it encumbered and by the end of the year at the latest, I would think.
Okay. That's a helpful clarification. So yeah, I think I guess I can redo the motion without talking about any temporary stuff if that's not something that really matters. I do think it would be useful for our city commission to know that, having talked about all the stuff, that we would like to recommend the stop sign traffic circle combo stay in place. A, to collect data, B, to not make things suddenly a lot more free-flowing. Does anybody agree, disagree on that? Whether or not it gets taken up by staff, I think it'd be good to record it for the record at least.
I'm fine with putting into the record. I mean, I think it's a staff judgment, but I'm cool with that.
My issue with the chicanes putting that off is I'd like to see the design. It seems like that's a big question mark in people's minds. And if staff are recommending those 3 things move forward with design, that would mean we'd have a chance to see it sooner rather than later.
It sounds like the concern, though, is that without knowing what's going to go on ultimately with the new KU development, does it make sense to design those kind of things?
I can't imagine KU is going to suggest traffic goes through a neighborhood. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not going to suggest it was going to happen.
Well, I think I'd still like to see the design. And I'm assuming there's a point where you get the design and then there's still a decision to be made about doing it. Is that?
Well, I mean,
if it's approved and.
I mean, if it's approved, we intend to do the design, and then whether you do that, we're going to have a contract to bring back to City Commission to approve, and that's the point where it becomes final. But we would intend to move forward with the design of everything that is in the recommendation. And then they'll have to see how bids come in, and if we, I think that's the other unknown that I have a concern about is our limited dollars and what our bids may come in at for this. So, but that's down the road.
But the design will come back to us. And if there's a reason we decide that the design of these chicanes is not good,
we can bring the design back, and then you could make a recommendation to
do it without
if you wanted to. Yeah.
Just to make sure I recall what you guys are saying correctly, is the neighborhood okay with holding off on the chicanes? Was there a desire to do so because of the uncertainty over KU, or did I totally hear y'all wrong?
Yeah, I don't know if I see a benefit with pushing them off. So, yeah.
The only benefit I see is
really 2 reasons. We still think that the chicane should be shifted out into the roadway slightly. Like I said, 12 to 18 inches more. We also feel that given all of the news about KU and, various reports that, traffic will be coming down Mississippi, there will be a lot of folks sneaking through, this huge development, we're just thinking, hey, does it make sense to, is it fiscally prudent to spend that money on those chicanes? We know the traffic circles are on the interior. The speed humps are a little more on the interior than those more outward facing devices. We feel strongly the devices work. Just big news with KU. And we also do think that they would be more effective by protruding out into the road a little more.
Which I would like to know if that's in fact the design we're going to get.
Yeah.
And the only way we'll have the answer is moving forward with what we've been.
Yeah, you haven't just
recommended.
design it, and then we'll look at the budget and then.
I mean, if the design comes in and it can't be moved out,
Right, exactly.
then we'll at least have an answer finally.
So you do what them designed. Okay.
Yeah, because it's
That's-
kind of hard to say yea or nay when we don't know what the design is, but I'm in favor of getting the design.
Yeah. There's a lot of promise with test devices.
Yeah, I guess even if there's a potential looming of KU and the new complex, at the very least we'll know what they look like and maybe can push back against additional traffic going through our neighborhoods because of all of the implementations we're doing. So I'm comfortable putting the chicanes on 2023.
I do feel like what they look like and how they work is something different entirely. It's one thing to see geometry on paper. It's another thing to actually have experience in how that affects traffic flow, which you guys do with the current chicanes, but not with the updated geometry. So we don't really know if this would help, right? The hypothesis is we increase angle, traffic slows. That's an untested hypothesis. If we spend design dollars to get a new concrete pad in the street that is not proven to work, what's kind of the point, right? Like, then you're going to have to do a change order if you do simultaneous experiments finding that, it actually has to go 16 inches out, not 12. That wasn't enough. Well, go back to the drawing board and redesign it again. It just seems to me like there's not enough certainty in if these things work than if it's worth it. And the only reason I'm pushing back on this, not because I want to see less traffic calming stuff, but because this isn't the only neighborhood in Lawrence. And while we're doing this stuff, there are other places that could be seeing traffic calming pilots and signs and enforcement and data collection. And, you know, if we can delay stuff, that's an opportunity cost, right? Or rather, spending money on stuff that's uncertain versus stuff we know can help is the opportunity cost here. So that's why I'm personally wanting to push back on these things.
So I would say the uncertainty that you've surfaced wouldn't be any different a year from now. So
unless they leave them up and they do stuff with it, like they said they were going to do over the winter, that hasn't happened yet. So we really don't know yet. The uncertainty could be very different in 6 months at the second semester of school once, you know, they actually. That being said, will staff allow the ferries to remain in place? Is this a moot point entirely, right? Like if they're not going to be constructed immediately, does city maintenance staff want to just rip it out immediately? Because that changes a lot.
Because I wasn't assuming we were going to continue to play around with the chicane design.
It sounded like they wanted to, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd say I don't think we got speed data at the chicanes. I think they were all mid-block, right, Dustin? Unless I'm mistaken. So I don't know how we would do any comparison with before and after with that. I mean, we would. What I would tell you is we would design it to be as big as we could design it to still allow two-way traffic. That's what we did on 21st Street. We put in some of these on 21st Street. So it'd be very similar design to that we did with that Bike Boulevard project.
Two-way traffic, assuming that the parking area on the opposite side is available to travel in?
Yeah.
Okay. So
if it's not, it would be, yeah, we need to, whether or not there's parking or not, we need to maintain 2 lanes of traffic, head-to-head traffic at the ends of the street.
We're happy to test different configurations of these things. We're happy to, you know, stick them out another 18 inches or change the angle, but we also need city staff help to do that, right? And so we could do all these tests, but we can't physically go unbolt these things and move them around. So we don't want to make decisions without data either. So what's the most efficient way that we can test different configurations? We're happy to help. I mean, we're kind of stuck then.
Yeah.
We need data in order to make a cost-effective permanent decision. But if we can't get that data because maybe the feeling is, well, we spent too much time on this, we need to move on. But then ultimately, the inability to get that data is also potentially harmful to other neighborhoods who could benefit from that data. So we seem to then be finding ourselves kind of going in a circle here. So I guess I would pose that back to you all. What's the most efficient way of testing a couple of different configurations, rapidly acquiring the data, and then making a decision? We're happy to help.
Possibly doing it in the next neighborhood. I mean, I think we've had 3 chances to try different things, and this was just one of the things that didn't get gotten to. That being said, if we try it out on the next neighborhood further out into the street and it works, we can maybe come back later. But it just seems like for now it's kind of a waste of money to install things that we don't really have good data on whether or not they work.
Well,
we do have
what I'm hearing though is
data. Right.
What I'm hearing is regardless of that, the city is committed to building it out as far as allowed.
Which is how many more inches?
I'm not sure.
Do we know? I mean,
but I'd like to see the design of that.
Yeah,
So,
but that would be the maximum they could do anyway. So whether it does, I don't think it matters that we know the number of inches right now. It would be based on the street design.
do we know that there are ever going to be enough of a protrusion to have an effect? Because we do have streets that have these, right? So 21st does have these kind of chicanes, right? Do we know if this actually slows traffic, or is it just a visual thing that doesn't do much of anything?
I think we know it works. I mean, if there's a parked car there, it would work.
But the parked car juts out more than this thing does, right?
There's quite a bit
No,
of
I don't think
research
so.
about chicanes and effectiveness. So you know,
I think a small car could easily squeeze in and no one would notice it.
Yeah,
So
I think we're nitpicking. We do have the data that this
system
design as a whole
the
is
entire
working.
system.
We just can't nitpick it and say that exact thing has an impact.
I think we just need to move forward with what staff's recommended. And we know there's some imperfections, but at this point, I guess I'm getting a little.
May never get done.
I mean, I'm not saying everything else shouldn't.
I mean, I would love to see the
like $50,000
radar signs, but I'm.
Yeah.
I guess I'm of
lesson learned, right? So if a neighborhood wants it, it needs to be more clear. What we at least clarified tonight is that's not what the city's proposing. So still work to be done if it's what is needed.
Ryan, what do you guys say?
We're better today than we were, 6 months ago. Sorry, Ryan.
No, you're totally fine. I was going to agree with you, so it's okay. Yeah, I mean, looking at like the consultant report and the heat map, especially of the proposed changes in version 3, it makes sense why the half lane chokers are being put in. Whether or not it's a overallly popular thing, I guess if it reduces traffic, that's the goal. I'm fine with putting them in 2023. The heat map's on page 34 of the PDF if anyone's curious. I'm pretty comfortable with how discussion's gone. I mean, I think everyone's making pretty good points. It's just a matter of moving on and making sure we get this project concluded.
Oh, somebody can make a motion then. Because I'm not going to make that motion, so.
So with that, I move to, I guess I move for the committee to recommend implementation of the 8 speed humps, 2 speed cushions, 6 chicanes / half lane chokers, and the set for permanent installation in 2023, and the 7 traffic circles for permanent installation in 2024. So functionally to install traffic calming plan version 3 as recommended by GEO or JEO. Is there anything else of them in the motion that I need to add?
I second that.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Reza and second by Commissioner Bryan. I guess all in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
All right.
Opposed, but on a nitpicky ground. It's all about the opportunity cost,
I was going to vote
Motion
against your
passes.
resolution the way. It's okay.
Motion passes 5 to 1.
Yes, sir.
I got this. All right. I motion that we take a quick break.
Great.
8 minutes.
Okay. Sure.
All right. Let's do that. I'm so thirsty.
Thank you.
kind of off. So much for waiting so far. Going to move on to agenda item number 2. Consider providing recommendation of a bike pedestrian grade separated crossing concept at Iowa Street and provide feedback on Clinton Parkway. So, Jake, take it away.
Hey, good evening, Commission. Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager with MSO. And this item tonight is really looking at concepts for bike ped crossings at 2 locations, the first being at Iowa Street with the South Lawrence Trafficway and then at Clinton Parkway. The first one, we are looking for a recommendation on the concept options we've got, and that's because we've got funding for that project. The second one at Clinton Parkway is currently not funded, so we're really looking for feedback on that item. Really, that's the overall. I'll pass it off to Jordan Herbert with HNTB to go in the details on both those locations now.
Thanks, Jake. It's good to see you all again. Good to be with you. Thank you for having me. For the record, again, my name is Jordan Herbert with HNTB Corporation. I'm representing the design consultant hired by KDOT for the South Lawrence Trafficway improvements. So as Jake was mentioning, we're going to talk about 2 locations that's included in the South Lawrence Trafficway improvements, US 59 Iowa Street on the north side of the interchange with K10, and then also the Clinton Parkway interchange, specifically talking about pedestrian and bicycle crossings. So I'm going to, this isn't currently shared, correct?
It's not.
Okay, I'll do that. There you go. Okay, so as Jake was mentioning, the K10 and US 59 interchange crossing, or the grade separated ped bike crossing, is funded for construction, and it is incorporated into the SLT project as part of a cost share program with the city and KDOT's Multi-modal Transportation Bureau. And that cost share agreement is being finalized, so I don't have a lot of the details on it, but it is proposed to be a 50-50 split between the city and KDOT as part of that cost share, and the total estimated cost for construction is approximately $3 million. The purpose bringing forward to the MMTC today is to provide a recommendation of KDOT and city staff on overpass and underpass. Last time we met, we looked at both of those options. We have some renderings to go through today and provide a recommendation. So the first rendering that's shown on the screen here is of the overpass or bridge option. This is a perspective rendering looking north from Iowa Street towards the motel and Toyota dealership there. We also have a overhead rendering of the same concept for the for comparison purposes against the under concept, which is a tunnel under US 59 Iowa Street, and you can see in both of those renderings the use of retaining walls to get over or under US 59 in Iowa. A couple of things just to remind the MMTC of what we talked about last time with regards to the 2 options, overpass or underpass. Both have a 12-foot wide shared use path, whether you go under or over. For the overpass, assumes a shallow superstructure for the main span over Iowa US 59. Assumes, the overpass option does limit the impact to utilities as compared to the tunnel option. You still do likely impact sanitary sewer and some other fiber lines at the location, but the tunnel option is much more intrusive as you dig to build the retaining walls and the tunnel itself. For the underpass option, we utilized an 8-foot tall RCB with a 12-foot wide shared use path again. And 8 foot is really the minimum required height for pedestrian underpasses. 10 foot is the recommended or preferred height. And we'll discuss this in a little bit more here in just a second regarding drainage, but the 10 foot was really not possible given the elevations and how to outlet and daylight the water at this particular location. So due to the depth of the underpass and retaining walls, new drainage and pipes and culverts are required beneath the K-10 ramps and K-10 itself. So there are quite a bit higher relative drainage costs to the underpass option as compared to the overpass. Speaking about drainage, the preference really is to utilize gravity drainage whenever possible, avoid a pump when you can, because that has ongoing maintenance concerns and failure concerns if the pump does fail. So with the 10-foot tall RCB, it was guaranteed pretty much that you would have to have a pump at all times, even for minor rainfall events, and that was something when talking with the city staff that was undesirable in terms of ongoing maintenance and safety. Upon looking at this a little bit further and coordinating with the Kansas Department of Transportation geotechnical staff, we also identified another concern that we didn't present here previously, which was the level of the water table. And it likely will cause, even with an 8-foot tunnel, to have a pump for minor rainfall events given the level of the water table, and also constructability concerns with excavating for construction of the retaining walls. So with all that, I know that was a lot of information, but kind of moving on to the recommendation, both city and KDOT staff and HNTB staff recommend the bridge option to move forward as part of this project. Cost share, and this recommendation mostly hinges on the concerns with the water table elevation and impacts to drainage, maintenance costs, constructability costs, and impacts to utilities. One other thing that we didn't mention previously in looking at that rendering in particular with the under option is maintenance of traffic during construction. With the overpass, you minimize your impacts to the traveling public, where with the underpass, you'll have to openly cut US 59 Iowa Street. So it wasn't a deciding factor, but certainly an added benefit for going with the over option. Something, though, that we did want to talk about was the acknowledgement of visibility to the property owners and commercial developments to the north. And so that was one of the purposes of providing these renderings to showcase how visible these options would be for both the underpass or overpass options. So at this point, that is the presentation at US 59 Iowa Street in terms of what the staff recommendation is, and I can open it to any questions or move on to Clinton and we can answer questions all at the same time.
I think it's probably best to focus on this one because it's so different.
Fair.
If that's okay with the commission. So, first question I had was just, do you have any idea of just the very ballpark cost estimate, like class 5, of what the difference is between, because I can appreciate the differences in constructability, visibility issues, groundwater table, but if the cost is really, really different, that would also help.
So we estimated the cost for the overpass at $3 million construction costs. For the underpass option, we estimated it at $3.75 million. That does not take into account utility relocation. That is just cost of the structure itself, whether it's overpass or underpass. So that's an important caveat because that is different between the two.
Okay. That's much more of a slam dunk than I thought it was going to be. So it's just good to know kind of all the factors here. Thank you.
I have a question about on the overpass option. In terms of pedestrian access from basically from ground level, as far as how would a pedestrian access the bridge, say from the east side to the west side, because of the height there? It doesn't appear that there's any way to get on to that overpass other than to have already been on it for quite a ways either direction. So I don't know how far, with this picture I can't tell how far those walls go, but from the side picture that looks like a pretty significant height on the wall. So how would you propose that to happen?
Yeah, so that's a good question, and I'll give some added commentary. We did look at an option with spiraling the elevation difference, and ultimately that was not recommended because of the cost and the aesthetic version or aesthetic appeal of that option, and it also had more impacts to utilities than this option that's presented to you before So gaining access, let's say from right in front of the Toyota dealership on the east side, you would have to do some out of direction travel and go down south to the east and come back. So off the rendering, I apologize for that, is an access point to come back over across Iowa. So you will notice in the rendering, we do not provide a crossing point here. And that was something that we've discussed as a team several times, of having something prohibit travelers and pedestrians and bicycles from crossing this way across US 59 in Iowa. But that's how you would, from the east side, gain access to the west side.
And what is that distance approximately? Do you have an idea?
The out of direction travel? It's probably 400 feet or so. Yep.
Are you referring to crossing south across the entrance ramp and then?
So going east, and that's about 400 feet that way to come back.
In both directions, is it that way?
On the other way,
On
yeah,
the other
similar.
side,
Mhm.
About 400 feet on both sides.
So there's no longer a crossing where there is currently then?
Correct.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of non-compliance coming up here. There's going to be a lot of people who are like, screw it, I'm not going 800 feet my way in both directions. I just want to cross the street right now. That's kind of what we have happening currently at Harvard and Iowa, where the sidewalk just suddenly stops and you have to go a quarter-mile backtrack to cross at a real crosswalk, or just take your chances on a hilly, blind street. So, and people do. So, yeah. Would it be possible to keep the at-grade crossing, just so people don't have to go all over Creation to get across a pretty main street?
It is possible to keep that grade crossing, yes.
Okay, because that would fix a decent amount of that, I think.
The main goal with the grade separated crossing was to eliminate the at-grade crossing because of the safety concerns that exist there today. There's been a number of incidents where the right turners here from the ramp, they have a right turn yield on red, and they after stop, I think is what the sign says, and they miss seeing the pedestrians, and they've had some collisions. So
I definitely appreciate being able to have a separation of traffic and bike ped. I was just curious about, kind of that access, because it doesn't appear that there's going to be a traffic signal there either. So
there is a traffic signal there. Yeah, that was not in the rendering, but there is a traffic signal. It is a stop. It is a signal controlled intersection.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is probably a huge budget bust, but just out of curiosity, if there was some kind of more structural rather than, built up ground kind of ramp coming down from the south side, so pedestrians and cyclists could more easily access the bridge if they're not out for a long ride on the Lawrence Loop, just kind of out doing their daily errands. I guess, is there a technology to allow that, or do you always have to have like dirt built up to get the whole ramp thing?
So we looked at what's utilized in that situation is what's called a spiral rise. And so we did look at that option and ultimately was not selected as the preferred overpass option. And I'm going to ask Kyle, do you remember any other specifics of why that was ruled out?
The footprint within the area. We looked at the switchback, and instead of a spiral, a switchback as well.
Yeah.
So this is Kyle Berg. He's a deputy project manager and structural lead designer for the project.
Yeah, so you could do a switchback, which is kind of on top of itself. You could do a spiral. A lot of it just had to do with the footprint, especially on the east side there with the car dealership and the right of way with the ramp that kind of got on itself. You're exactly right, though. It becomes maybe an economical type discussion of how much additional wall do you want to build. You could, instead of wall, you can build additional bridge. Walls with infill is typically much cheaper than additional bridge, as well as the long-term maintenance cost that comes with fill versus bridge cost.
How much of the real estate on the northeast corner of the intersection is going to be eaten up by the expansion of the off-ramp from 1 to 4 lanes?
We are not proposing to take any additional right-of-way in that area.
Okay, so it's already within the right-of-way. Okay. Yeah. But I should just make it very clear. I really do like the idea of a grade separated crossing. I just want to make sure that we don't have the unintended consequences of people who might be feeling lazy or just don't have the time to go all the way out of their way and are going to try to cross anyway. So I think at the very least it might help to have at-grade intersection still, even with the fact that there is that dangerous right turn. I don't know really what to do about that other than there's already a crosswalk in this rendering too, crossing at a slightly different angle. So granted, they are more in the sight line of the drivers exiting the highway, but I don't know.
One suggestion we have made is to make it a more enforceful regulatory signing with no right turns on red.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That requires enforcement to really work a lot of the times, but it is slightly different than the signing that's out there today.
Does that have any conflict with, so I'm assuming by expanding the off-ramp from 1 lane to 4 lanes, there must have been some huge concern over volume, right? So given that, would a right turn on, no right turn on red get away any level of service gains that you have by adding 4 lanes?
It would impact operations, but we feel like it would still operate adequately.
Okay. I mean, at least with 4 lanes, then you don't have to queue single file. You can queue double, because there's 2 rights, 2 lefts. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, I know this is from like 3 months ago now, and I realize it's not the topic of discussion here, but that is a lot of lanes for something that's not, I mean, the city has rejected development at that corner like 4 times over the last 20 years. It kind of seems like there's an invisible wall to additional development. So like adding 4 lanes seems like it's, I don't know. It almost seems like it's going against what the city has been trying to do there. Obviously, it's not the topic of this discussion, just kind of thinking out loud here. Like, it makes things more difficult having that many cars coming into a place where pedestrians might have to cross. But that's not our jurisdiction, so. Any other comments, ideas on the bridge versus tunnel? I mean, in general, I feel like bridges seems like the no-duh option, right, compared to the tunnel, so, okay.
Especially with the water issues and.
Definitely, and the cost and the constructability.
And not having, an 8-foot instead of a 10, I mean, going through a tunnel that's that short is pretty claustrophobic. And that's a pretty big distance, so.
Given the fact that there's going to be 1 more or 2 more maybe lanes on the southbound traffic, is there any way that there can be maybe a refuge median there with that, what's that, like 12 feet wide in the middle of there, just so that the crossing isn't quite as hazardous when it is at grade? Because that's a long way to cross if it wasn't at grade crossing.
Yeah, we'd have to probably take a look at truck turning movements to make sure if we can protrude that farther, but you could perhaps relocate the crossing at a different point. You just want to be careful not to move it too far away. I think the answer is likely there could be a raised median with a refuge area in that location. Mm-hmm. It may not be right here, right where we're showing the crossing. It may have to be a little bit further north.
Yeah. Is the concern about trucks coming off the highway taking a right onto Iowa?
Well, and I guess you have less conflict points here where you could move this further up, mm-hmm. Because you don't have any left turning movements. That's really the one that would impact the limit of this nose. So you might have more flexibility. We just have to take a look at where that raised median could be extended to.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I want to make sure I get the action correct here. We're just providing a recommendation. Okay. Are we far enough along into design that the recommendation has to be it's a bridge or it's a tunnel, or can we request some of these revisions like we've been discussing? Or is it kind of too far gone for that?
I think the main action is to propose bridge or tunnel. I think if you're talking about whether or not to utilize a different way to gain the elevation change, I think that's probably a little late in the game, to be frank.
That's fine.
But the median nose and those types of things, I think are, well, I'm speaking on behalf of my clients here, so I think that they would be okay to discuss those locations.
Okay. Sounds good. Just just out of curiosity, in terms of best practices, is it a good practice to provide just like a spiral staircase to get easy access up here? That's just a simple skeleton structure rather than a whole thing. I know that's not ADA accessible, so.
Yeah, you hit the nose right on the head there, is you have to have a preferably an ADA accessible method.
But I mean, the bridge itself is ADA accessible, right? So there's still a way. It's just not totally equitable. Yeah. Like, folks in wheelchairs would have to go 800, 400 there, 400 back, right?
You're saying in addition to the ramp to provide
Yes.
a staircase?
Yeah, just like whatever cheap aluminum frame staircase you can add on there that will last with the elements, but also not be like a super strong thing that, carries bikes, just for foot traffic.
That you could provide that as well?
Like instead of an at-grade intersection, I think. Like, I feel like you could kind of do either. I don't think you need all this stuff, but some way for people who really don't want to go all the way out of their way, which I feel like there's going to be those people. I don't know. It's probably late in the game to propose that too, though, because that's not super cheap. Okay. Well, unless there's any other, oh wait, public comment. Hold up. Let's get public comment from anybody in the room, please. Thank you. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. Basically, we support the overpass concept here. It's great to see that the city's devoting funds, of equivalent kind of functionality for bicycles and pedestrians as we do for motor vehicles, first of all. The tunnel costs more than the bridge. That of itself is a good reason to do the bridge. And that's not including relocating the utilities, as they said. So, of course, there's the flood potential, as has been discussed. It's been discussed at the City Commission as well, that's a low-lying area. The loop that goes under K10 just southeast of 31st and Louisiana, it floods. So that's another reason not to do the tunnel. As far as the 400-foot backtrack on both sides, that shouldn't really be a problem for bicyclists. I think it's more of a concern for pedestrians. And so putting in the stairway, like Commissioner Kuzmiak mentioned, doesn't have to be spiral, just a stairway. That should, I think, take care of the problem right there. The only other thing I would want to say, the bridge, which, I definitely like that whole idea, but it's quite utilitarian. It's just basic bridge. It's triangulated struts. When I look around Kansas City at all the various infrastructure they do there, they're very aesthetically done. They're not just functional. And I just wonder if there's a way that, Lawrence does have policy for major infrastructure projects for 2% for art. If we redesign the bridge to make it, a piece of art itself, it's going to cost quite a bit. But I think we could put 2% would be $60,000. Maybe we could do more and just somehow prettify this bridge to make it, have some superficial art, aesthetic appeal to it. I don't know, I'm just off the top of my head, but I'd just like to see that maybe considered as part of your motion. Maybe put 2% to art for that. So thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Any other comment from the room? Any other comment online? Okay. Sounds like that's it. Let's bring it back to commission. Any other questions for Jordan or staff or anybody?
I got a question. I'm just looking at the current crossing, the at-grade crossing. Do you know the width of that crossing? It looks like it's a pretty. I think it's about 60, between 50 and 60 feet. And then if there were an at-grade crossing in as it's been discussed, how wide would that be?
It would be about 74 feet.
Okay. So it's about another lane wide.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah, I think if we were to do it, like the refuge island would be pretty critical because
yeah. Would you prefer refuge island or stairs?
I don't have any interest in adding stairs.
And then, I mean, it'd be stairs, and then you take away the at-grade crossing, so there's really no way to do it. People probably would still do it, though, right?
I was just going to, sorry to interrupt you, but I think I would recommend to what you're just saying, if you're going to do something different, probably the at-grade crossing, because that's where you're going to have people who cross.
Right. Even if there are stairs.
Even if
probably
there are
still will do it,
stairs.
because stair pedestrian overpasses have plenty of people trying to cross with fences and chains, so yeah. May as well make it safe-ish. Yeah, and it sounds like that's further down the line in the design project, like where it is exactly, how wide it is, what it looks like.
Yeah.
If there's no right turn on red sign, like those are still up for discussion, it sounds like. So not really much we can or need to do about that right now. You know, I was really going to bring up the art thing too. I felt kind of silly thinking about it, but somebody broke the ice. So this is literally the gateway into Lawrence. A lot of people come in here from Baldwin and wherever else it is they live out in the hinterland. I mean, if ever there was a place to put something cool on a bridge, this is that bridge, right? Because our other bridges are ugly. So that's not to say that it needs to be entirely redesigned. I don't think that it really needs to affect this bridge. There are ways to add panels, cool lighting. It doesn't take a full structural redesign to make a bridge cool, I think. So that's just my 2 cents for the 2%. That I do think we should consider it going forward, but that's maybe more of a city commission thing than us. So.
And Commissioner, I would just throw in that, you know, we've got our unmistakable identity group that is currently working on landscaping and gateways with the overall project, and we've already kind of thought of this being a part of that however it moves forward. So it just offers another opportunity, like has been mentioned, to add aesthetic to the project. So okay. I would see it moving through that avenue.
That's in capable hands then. Good. Thanks for the update. All right, well, I'm ready for a motion. Oh, wait. We got to wait for the other one first. Sorry. First, we got to do the other crossing at, is it K10-ish? Wagarusa? Yeah. So
yes. K10 and Clinton Parkway.
Yep. But just a quick aside, I'm just really glad that we're even having these conversations at all. So thank you for everybody who made it possible to put this project on the table to be a cost share. 6 months ago, we weren't in this position, so I think it's a big improvement. So thanks all.
Okay, so this is west up just along K10 and US 40, Clinton Parkway, so north is to the left of your screen. You can see the existing interchange there and kind of scaled back in the gray aerial. During an October 3rd, 2022 presentation, the proposed improvements at Clinton Interchange were presented to this commission. Most of that previous discussion focused on the Lawrence Loop crossing here at the northeast side. Mm-hmm. Northeast side of the proposed interchange. Again, just for perspective, here is K10, US 40. This is westbound. This is the westbound exit to Clinton Parkway. This is the roundabout. This is Clinton Parkway going through. And here is the westbound on-ramp from Clinton Parkway to K10. So as we discussed at the last meeting in October, the proposed crossing does meet design standards, and other design measures are being taken into account to inform drivers of pedestrian and bicycle crossing the roundabout in the form of actuated flashing beacons and other signing. As a reminder, the design speed of the roundabout and the approaching lanes is 25 miles per hour. While the proposed crossing does meet design standards, there was a lot of concern shared from the commission and during the public comment with the number of lanes being crossed at the roundabout, specifically on this side, the northeast side, by the Lawrence Loop traffic. And the commission requested that the city and KDOT take a look at options for a grade-separated crossing at this location as well. So what is shown on the screen, if I can zoom out here, takes it a minute. Is instead of crossing where we show it here on the northeast side of the roundabout, you would essentially stay on the west side of the interchange, crossing at 900 once, crossing at entrances to 1415 and 1402, and on the north side of 1415, crossing 900 again, and utilizing the open area to attain the grade separation that you need to cross K10 and meet up with the Lawrence Loop on the east side of K10. An overpass option, we looked at two different options at a high level, an overpass and an underpass. The overpass option is more feasible at this location. Again, this one for a different reason. The geology elevation here of the limestone is very shallow. And so constructing a tunnel through that limestone and also constructing a drainage pipe through the limestone for several hundred feet was just more feasible to do the over option, which is the recommended option. As I mentioned, the proposed crossing still does cross East 900 Road twice at grade crossings, so just wanted to note that. The construction cost of this overpass option is estimated at $1.75 million. The main difference between this crossing and what we just looked at US 59 in Iowa is you have a lot more open area to attain the grade separation. You don't need the significant length of retaining walls to do that in a confined area. Our high-level look indicates that this can fit all within proposed right-of-way and avoid further impacts to existing utilities. That is pending the finalized utility relocation plans that the utility owners are working on. But I did want to note that right now it doesn't appear to further impact utilities. And I wanted to note that because it was in the proposed right-of-way and because it doesn't impact other utilities and because it's over K10 as opposed to under K10, this does provide the option of constructing this at a later date and not as part of the South Lawrence Trafficway improvements. Another less cost, significantly less cost that we looked at to attempt to address the concerns of the commission and the public comment that was presented at the October meeting, regardless if you do the grade separation crossing or not, but to remove this crossing on the northeast side of the roundabout and encourage bicyclists and pedestrians with more vertical separations such as a barrier to continue to the east and cross at Lake Point, which would reduce the number of crossing points, but would not be, the con of that is it's not at a typical location where we would usually find a crossing. So the question posed to you all today is the consideration of both the grade separated crossing, if that's something that you desire city staff to pursue, identifying funds for the grade separated crossing. That's not included. The grade separated crossing is not included in the SLT project improvements at this time, and that $1.75 million would be entirely borne by the city unless an agreement can be made, but that would be a cost of the city at this time. The removal of the crossing that is currently proposed here on the northeast side of the roundabout, that could be incorporated in the rest of the design process.
So you mentioned that this could be constructed at a later date. What happens to bike ped traffic in the meantime until it would be constructed?
Great question. So in the meantime, to cross and if you're going from south to north on the Lawrence Loop, you would cross continue on the south side of Clinton, and depending on if you wanted to remove this crossing or not, you would either cross at this crossing here on the northeast side, the one we're talking about, or if you choose to remove that, you would direct traffic to cross at the Lake Point, just on the north side of the Lake Point roundabout.
What's the distance to that second crossing that you're pointing to? Is that
about 500 feet?
500 feet.
I'd imagine in this part of town, the vast majority of users are going to be recreational in nature. So that doesn't concern me as much here, personally at least. It's not like there's a lot of stores and, stuff out here. I was kind of curious about the chosen location of the first. Does the new curvature of K10 kind of follow the earth as it lies, or is there a lot of cut and fill, or how does it go?
There's significant cut in this area.
Okay.
Right as you're approaching the existing interchange.
Okay, so it's kind of going down into the ground a little bit, which is why the elevation is easier to get over it. Okay. Okay. And does that carry from most of the curve? And I mean, all this is kind of arbitrary, but for example, on the far left side of the page here, I guess on the north end, could the crossing have been there? I'm not saying that that's a better location. It just...
You can move it farther north. It's more, more cost. You have more trail, duplicative trail, because you're keeping what you have on the east side of K10 and just extending this, or you could keep them on the west side of East 900 for longer and cross them over. So you can move it further north. It's very difficult to move it farther south.
Yeah, definitely.
You have the USACE property to contend with, the spillway, and again, it's just more difficult. But yes, you could move it further north if that was something you were looking to. The other thing that you could start impacting, and you'll need to be careful of, is we're in coordination with some utilities, and you start getting into utility relocation zones for some high pressure gas lines and overhead transmission lines and those types of things.
Okay. Are there any sections of the curve that are above grade other than that one crossing next to the traffic circle?
Repeat your question.
Sorry. Are there any other portions of the new K10 curve that are above grade, or is everything at or going to be cut into the grade?
So I'll try to answer your question. So
yeah.
as you
trying to think if there's like any kind of easier places where like the highway's a little bit off the ground, just like dig under, there you go, or is it always going to be like hugging the ground, so the only option is a bridge or a tunnel?
So as you go north, you start getting back on grade.
Okay.
With some slight fill. But as you go south, you cut in through the existing interchange, and then as you get closer to the spillway, you start getting back on grade.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
I was just kind of struggling without knowing what the whole profile of this thing is to see like where exactly it all goes. So that does make sense.
So and a point made earlier is the limestone is still quite shallow here in this location, and even though you are cutting already, you'd like to avoid further cutting into that limestone.
Because all cutting is going to be expensive here.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
Remind me, did you mention that the traffic circle, I guess the larger one to the top of the screen, did you mention that was the recommendation is to signal it, or?
No signal. Let me clarify. There are no traditional traffic signals, red, green, yellow, but there are flashing beacons that can be actuated by a pedestrian or bicyclist.
Okay, so beaconed at that location.
Yes.
Okay.
And you'd recommend that beacon also on the one that's further to the east?
Correct. Okay. All these crossings are proposed to have actuated flashing beacons.
All right, thank you.
And this project wouldn't be part of the cost share for the overall SLT expansion, right? This is just kind of an option that you guys have designed that the city of Lawrence could put on the CIP for a later date, if need be?
That's currently what is kind of the action before you, if that's the decision. there are ongoing negotiations with the City of Lawrence and Douglas County in terms of an overall local contribution commitment as part of the South Lawrence Traffic Way.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask next.
I'm not necessarily saying on record that any of that would be included, but that's that would be something that would have to be discussed.
It seems like, given the similarities to the other project, in that this is a grade separated crossing of a circumferential recreational trail of a highway area, it seems like it'd be a good shot for a match project. But it sounds like those conversations are ongoing. Not much we can do about it. We're just saying, is it good enough to be on the CIP? And right, that's how I understand what our decision is here. Okay, so because I forgot to to say public comment for the time when everything had been presented, I feel like we should probably allow it again now that the other crossing has been presented. So if anybody's got public comment, you got 3 minutes.
Hello, I am Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. Really glad to see this grade-separated crossing proposed here tonight. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Botuska for, gosh, it was October of 2021 when we first saw the concept, and he flagged the fact that it was at grade at that point, and others of us noted it well, that it was potentially very dangerous. It's been, what, a year and a half now since this has been addressed, and Sustainability Action Network, Friends of Lawrence Area Trails, the Lawrence Bicycle Club, various groups have advocated for this, so it's really good, a long time coming that we see this now, and I definitely want to see the city move forward with this. It's not perfect. It might be a little awkward going back and forth here and there still are some at-grade crossings of other streets, but more easily controllable and visible than particularly the bypass ramps at that roundabout. When you mentioned that the potential cost share for the SLT with the city's funds, some of the proposals that some of the city commission have come up with for potential cost share in place of the Wakarusa extension, staff has thought that maybe it was KDOT, that they weren't necessarily directly associated or affiliated with the SLT, whereas this project is integral to the design of the SLT and micro mobility and bicycle pedestrian, which is one of the goals of the west leg of the SLT upgrade for multimodal transportation. So I would think that this project, the city would fund it, and they have expressed interest in funding this, that would qualify for a match. That's my take on it, at least. So that's basically all I need to say. Thank you for their consideration, and thanks for Mr. Norton and Mr. Herbert for working on this and coming up with a pretty good design as far as I can tell. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other public comment, either in person or on the phone? All right, in that case, let's bring it back up here. Any final discussion before we go to a motion?
So my thought on the whether we close that crossing, I'm not inclined to want to close it. I think it's fine to leave it. What we have now is, two options, and then there's this potential design down the road that could be funded either by the city outright or maybe through some negotiation with KDOT.
Do you mean the western crossing in the larger traffic circle? Is that the crossing you want to keep open?
Yeah, we were kind of presented as an option might be to close that. Mm-hmm. I'm not inclined to close it. As I understand it, the original proposal had both of those crossings. at grade. We raised concerns. The response was to show us how it's possible to add another crossing that would be separated, and I feel like KDOT gave us a plan to do that. It's not our position to decide how to fund it, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
But these seem like, that seems like they're very responsive and provided our community a way forward.
We've been saying at grade, but is it like a design option to do like a safer, like raised crosswalk at something like this?
Yeah, I believe that's kind of in discussion with Jake and Dave and their team. They did identify some locations where we would want to do the raised crosswalk. Jake, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
I would just add that depending on the classification of the road, that kind of guides us on if we'll put in a raised crossing or not.
Gotcha.
I guess my only concern is not, I don't want to reduce the urgency of providing grade separation, so, I mean, certainly if there's a delay in terms of getting that grade separation, we still need to have the option to maneuver through those intersections, but I also want to make sure that we convey that the grade separation is the preferred option, and that we like all possible speed to get that funded. Whether that's turns out to be a cost share with SLT development or some other means, but that not get pushed down the road several years because, well, you have a way to get across, but it's not grade separated.
Yeah, which is exactly what's happening on I 133rd, right? I mean, there was a way to get across. Now there's a better way to get across, right? So,
yep.
Constant improvement. All right, would anybody like to make a motion? You think we're there? All right, well, I'll do it. I would motion that we recommend the bridge alternative for the K-10 and Iowa crossing, and to recommend further consideration of an at-grade crossing of some sort for further design, and then to add HNTB's design of the K-10 Clinton Bridge to our CIP. Does that cover everything?
I second.
Does that work? Jake, you kind of had
Yeah, is that right?
your face didn't seem to.
Did we hit it?
I think that's probably adequate. I would just clarify that, we're in the budget process now, so we can enter a project to be scored and prioritized against other priorities in the city.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not just putting it straight into the CIP.
Yeah. Oh,
correct.
Gotcha. Okay. But it'll be considered for inclusion in the CIP at some point?
Yeah, it would be considered for funding through this process.
It'll be one of those capital improvement projects that will be scored.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Well,
I'll
as long as that's tacitly understood with the motion, then.
Yep.
In that case, first by Kuzmiak, second by Collette. And, right?
Yeah.
That, okay. All in favor, raise hands and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Cool. Thank you guys for the presentation.
Thank you.
Very glad to see this thing going forward. All right, so that brings us to agenda item number 3, City of Lawrence bicycle and pedestrian design guidelines. The long saga may finally be coming to a close.
Yeah, Dave Cronitz, the engineer. So our consultant who worked on this is not here. He's on vacation. He was here in January, but could not make it tonight. But so I'm going to kind of briefly go over this, and it's kind of largely what you saw in, I think it was December. But overall, we've kind of hit on the 4, I think, main things in the scope for this: the pavement marking policy for crosswalks and bicycle crossings, guidelines for retrofitting bike facilities, the uncontrolled crossing contextual recommendations, and then the guidelines for improving crossings at controlled intersections. And so I think one of the questions that was came up in December was like, how would we use these? And so overall, what I would envision this would be an attachment to our design criteria, kind of similar to the complete streets policy that we would follow with design of projects. The pavement marking information, that would be a department policy on how we mark crosswalks, and so that would be an MSO policy. And then there was a couple things that I did note in the memo that wanted to have a little bit of discussion on. It's things that we've talked about in the past, particularly for retrofit or maintenance type projects. One, in the recommendations on page 7, the recommendation was that the streets include sharrows for streets that are signed at 25 miles per hour or less. So currently our practice is to put in sharrows on streets if we don't have enough space for a dedicated bike lane regardless of the speed. And so this recommendation would be 25 miles per hour or less. So that was one thing would like to, I guess, get some feedback on. The other that I noted should retrofit bike facilities no longer be considered on arterial streets without buffer protection. So we've had that conversation before on projects, specifically maintenance projects. We've just, our practice has been to include them if there's enough room, kind of following in step with the bike plan, the recommendation in the bike plan to do that until at some point in the future when there was funds to do a dedicated project to do a separated facility and be more of a temporary installation. But I know there's been conversations about that on different specific projects here, but that was also something that was noted in the document. And other than that, I think the next steps would be for us to inventory the intersection improvements, and then we had, I think, $340,000 left over from this project to prioritize to do an implementation. And with that, I'd stand for any questions that you have.
Where did the funding for this project come from? Was this a general CIP one, or?
Yeah, this is the original green pavement marking CIP project that was submitted a couple years ago, and that's the remaining budget for that has gotten rolled over.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Any questions from the commission?
The sharrows on the 25 mile an hour and lower roads, that seems like a pretty big change. Like, we see sharrows on collector streets. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Well, that was the consultant's recommendation. And so it was just based off of his professional opinion and experience.
Are we trying to direct people somewhere else?
Not necessarily a wrong thing to do it, I don't think. So it doesn't mean we have to do that, but it was part of his recommendation, so we kept it in there. And I think we've similar to like on arterial streets to strap a bike lane if we can, if on our bike routes, if it's a bike route, we have done sharrows, and a lot of them are on collector streets that are over 25 miles per hour. So but we have heard in the past when we've done sharrows, it's speed of traffic on the streets are too high, it's not safe enough, and so
so we're trying to, I guess I'm still not clear, like, how are we trying to facilitate clarity on where bikes are supposed to be expected? Like, if there's no sharrow, people will start to think bikes shouldn't be here, or?
Good question.
My guess is that what the consultant is maybe thinking is that if sharrows are on a street, then the uninitiated biker will be like, hey, there's a bike sign, let's just go on there, right? Experienced bicyclists don't really, they kind of go where they feel comfortable, right? But inexperienced bicyclists may choose to go where there appears to be infrastructure, and perhaps the concern is that by directing potentially inexperienced cyclists onto a 30-mile-an-hour road, maybe setting them up for disaster. Whereas if there weren't any share markings, maybe they just take the sidewalk. That's assuming there is a sidewalk. So I think of Castle as a particularly bad example, but for like Haskell, for example, that's a 30-mile-an-hour street that we went back and forth a while back for. Do we put a stripe lane on there or not? I think I ended up kind of pushing through yes, just to see it. I don't know if, I forget how that all went down. But realistically, yeah, that is kind of a fast street for Sharrows, right? The average person will feel more comfortable biking on the sidewalk, so.
Yeah, and I think it came from NACTO that this desired shared lane marking application is 25 miles per hour or less. It's not necessarily that it's required, but.
Right. Okay.
Do you have an idea of the number? I was trying to think of locations, the number of streets that we have that are over 30 miles an hour that have the Sharrows.
Yeah, probably a lot of our collector streets, Connecticut, Lawrence Avenue, I think it has some Sharrows. Lawrence Avenue might be 25 miles per hour, but Connecticut,
just wondering what the impact of,
Crestline. Yeah, there's probably quite a few. I think if we were thinking about it.
I don't know off the top of my head.
I know we've put in a lot, but
Sharrows.
Yeah, we've got a few on residentials, but I think the majority on collector type streets.
So if
Crestline.
If 9th Street's not 25 miles an hour, but if we were to have a uphill climbing lane, bicycle lane, and assume that bikes are going to take 9th Street going downhill, they wouldn't have a Sharrow to indicate to drivers that they should be expected there. I think that's my thought is there are certain places that I think people would, it would be helpful for the motorist to know that a bike is here, or a bike could be here, should be here, you need to pay attention to that. So in the neighborhood streets, which is where I think most of the 25 mile an hour streets are now, I'm not sure that it is that essential to put in Sharrows at all. Maybe on a bike boulevard where you're really trying to alert people like, hey, this is where you might expect a lot more bicycle traffic, but I'm just concerned about taking away something that helps motorists come to expect bicycle traffic in certain places.
I mean, if it was maybe a less black and white thing and maybe more of a recommendation. So, I mean, the table in the bike and ped design guidelines has a whole, it's got this really complicated chart, but it does generally skew more recommended than you shall do this at this thing. And we've run into this in the past with like street width, some places that it maybe doesn't really make sense. I think as long as there's understood to be a little bit of flexibility in the guidelines, that, you should try to hit them if you can. But if there's a compelling reason not to, then, you do what you gotta do. But from the city engineer standpoint, I mean, I don't know what the rule on flexibility is on engineering design standards, so.
Yeah, well, this is something that is flexible. We can install them or not. So that's why I was just asking the question. Our bike plan, which is what we follow, would be, we've been putting in the shared markings. So that's what we would continue to do unless you felt differently. So it's something that I'm really looking for feedback on.
So I'm inclined to go with that recommendation, but I don't know the ins and outs of how this conflicts with the bike plan, right? Because I think in the bike plan, for example, white stripe bike lanes are the recommendation. So if we were to not do that in these new design guidelines, what does that mean for the bike plan? Is it kind of like maybe the comprehensive plan gets text amendments over time?
Well, Jessica's on. Maybe she can bring up the bike plan.
Yeah.
Would you like me to share the map where it shows you where we have existing shared lanes first?
That'd be great.
All right. So hopefully you can see that. Yes. Okay, great. So everything in this light blue kind of dashed marking, those are locations where we have existing shared lane markings within the network. And so typically they've evaluated when street maintenance occurs, if it's on a future bikeway, and they're as part of the street maintenance, it's not just any residential street necessarily that's under 25. It's ones that are planned as part of the future bikeway network, which is represented by the gray dashed lines. And then if when they're doing street maintenance, they go and install pavement markings. So that's represented by the light blue dashed lines. So as far as the bikeway plan is concerned, it provides some provisions in terms of design based on level of comfort. And it was meant to be flexible in the sense that we can't, as we're doing a system-wide plan, know all the conditions on every street necessarily to know what type of policy decision is going to be made around parking or access or other things where there needs to be design flexibility, based on changing designs, where an old bikeway plan would have just said future bike lane. We now have a lot more design options. And so that is meant to be flexible in that sense. As far as the bike plan also states, it has a parameter in there, and don't quote me exactly on this. We could go look it up, and I can if you need me to. We talked about this with the bike steering committee when we were developing the plan, knowing that in some cases when you're retrofitting streets, you're not going to be able to install the highest comfort facility. And so do something in lieu of nothing was the conversation in terms of making progress to make connections using the white stripe bike lanes in those instances. And maybe that needs to be the case with Sharrows, is what you're describing in terms of making connections to let people know where to expect bikes. I think that's going to be a continued conversation about building the bikeway network at the pace we're at in terms of with dedicated projects, recognizing there is still a lot of miles of network that we envision as part of a long-term network. And depending on who you ask, which type of cyclists, you're going to get different answers in terms of what they feel comfortable with and what they think we should do with our resources. But that's where we ended up in the bikeway plan. I believe the bikeway plan is on our radar. Depending on some timing of other projects, it's slated in its 5-year phase to be in the next year period, and we would just consider we likely wouldn't amend that plan. We would just proceed into an update process, probably be about a year-long process. And so we have some other plans we need to finish in 23 before we would probably start that sometime in 2024.
Okay, so I don't know if I just didn't hear you correctly in this answer. It's possible I wasn't following, but if we do something on these design guidelines that is not the same as what's on the bikeway plan as it currently exists, what happens? Like, say in the design guidelines, we say, thou shalt not ever do a striped bike lane ever again. Just hypothetical, but that's not what the bikeway plan says. So
yeah, well, but then the design standards overrule the bikeway plan. So the bikeway plan so the design standards are going to be what you've adopted as the standard that this city uses to develop infrastructure. And I would say that overrules the bikeway plan. There wouldn't be a provision necessarily, I think, that that you couldn't argue. Nobody's going to argue if the street design standards are in the design standards that you need to follow the bikeway plan. And we're so close to updating the bikeway plan that it would be a short period of time. It would affect so few projects.
Okay, that's good to know. It sounds like it's sort of similar to the city's comprehensive plan versus the actual zoning code, right? Like the comprehensive plan is the ideal, but the zoning code is the actual what you got to follow. So
that's probably a good analogy.
So, okay, well, that helps. If there's no more direct technical questions, shall we turn it over to public comment?
Sure.
All right. I assume. We received a written comment, but if you want to speak, by all means, may as well.
There might be somebody online too.
That's true.
Hi, I'm Michael Allman. Is there a way I can pull the agenda up on the screen here?
Yeah.
How do I do that?
The full packet's up on Chrome.
Thank you.
That second tab is the whole packet. There's like 100 pages of that.
Those ones. Yeah. That was just the.
It's a way of doing the markings.
Are you looking for something specific?
Somewhere.
Your comments?
Yeah, because Jake added them today.
Oh, they'd probably be at the end.
Should have a bike lane without having to have a bike lane.
Here, yeah, okay. Oh, no, that's,
NACDO?
there we go. Thank you, David. Let's see here. January 3rd. Okay. Okay, Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. There's a number of things in this agenda and the report from TREC that, we find good, and we're glad to see some policies being developed. We support the no right turn on red, for example, or the Idaho stop. Those are pretty basic, yes or no kind of questions about a policy, whereas something to do with green pavement, for example, is much more layered and nuanced and complicated. And I just first want to point out that something that I think has bearing on a lot of the other elements of these policies is what we call the white stripe bicycle lane, or what Mr. Cronin calls on-street bicycle lanes. And that was something that predated most of what's in this report tonight. It was back in 2018 where Mayor Stuart Boley brought up that question, not out of the blue. It was some question that's been discussed for some time about separated bicycle lanes, separated facilities, sidewalks, bicycle facilities, and motor vehicles, all separate from each other physically, because most of the time, the kinds of white stripe bicycle lanes are very rarely used or considered unsafe by the average family bicyclist, child bicyclist, and not really used for the most part. Essentially a waste of pavement. 12-inch depth concrete pavement is very expensive, and a waste of resources, money. So the question came up, many times, and Stuart Boley made it very clear that he wanted to see separated bicycle lanes from sidewalks and from motor vehicles. Mayor Finkeldye has said that. Mayor Shipley has said that as well. So I find that the main mistake of tonight's report is that the scope of work was determined without any discussion of the white stripe bicycle lanes and separate bicycle lanes, bikeways. That said, it has bearing on now what we do with green pavement markings, because our organization and others around are diametrically opposed to what the city engineer says about, for instance, shared use paths. Right now, shared use paths are our essential de facto bikeway. The city engineer says, no, that's not a bikeway because pedestrians are there. Well, that's like saying a sidewalk's not a sidewalk because bicycles are there. I mean, what other bikeways do we have? Well, the on-street bicycle lanes, which are the white stripe, unsafe, unused bike lanes. So that's why that question has bearing on everything else, and it definitely should be included here. It should be addressed immediately following this, if not tonight, somehow. The white stripe bicycle lanes, they're not used by anybody. Well, okay, what I'm trying to get to at this point, as far as they go, the on-street bicycle lanes are what Mr. Cronin thinks are the only appropriate place for the green pavement markings. That's simply because he claims that the Manual for Uniform Traffic Safety Devices, the MUTCD, I think I got that name right, requires that. Well, no, it does not. He'd have you believe that that's set in stone, but it's still being discussed and deliberated at the Federal Highway, and we don't know when that's going to be concluded. Right now, according to the Alta Planning report here, what I have on the screen, they say that there's a number of instances involve the use of colored conflict areas, which we had proposed intersection crossings for shared use paths, which is an obvious conflict area, where bicyclists tend to position themselves and behave more predictable manner, which is good for everybody. Motorists reported green color increases their awareness.
Sorry,
Our Alta Planning
I think we're over
is
3 minutes
multiple
at this time.
examples of other cities, and I can scroll down and show you some of those in the Alta Plan. That's Lawrence.
All right, Michael, if you can make your closing arguments, we're pretty far over 3
Okay,
minutes, so.
these are some of those examples from Alta Planning. There is no reason that we should go by MUTCD to say that shared use paths are not bikeways. It's for, I mean, if we do want to use them anywhere, then why not use them on shared use paths?
Okay.
You know,
Sorry, I gotta-
There doesn't seem to be any reason other than claiming MUTCD doesn't say that, and it's not the case.
Okay.
So,
Thank you
so
for your
those two issues, the white stripe bicycle lane policy to get separated bicycle lanes, and then green pavement at more than just on-street bicycle lanes.
Okay.
So, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. So just for closure, I did want to address the stuff that was in the Sustainability Action Network comment, because I do frankly think all of it's important. I don't think this is necessarily the venue for it, unfortunately. So bicycle parking, real quick, is going to be covered in the Land Development Code update, of which I'm a part of, so trust me, it'll get brought up. The Idaho stop, I think we need legal to weigh in at this point, because it is kind of an odd part where state doesn't agree with city, so I think it would be good to get legal's, approach if they're willing to kind of stick Lawrence's neck out. Other cities have done it, but is that what our city wants to do? That may be more of a question for city commission, and we can recommend that, but I don't think we can necessarily write that into the guidelines without the powers that be kind of allowing us to. It's a little bit more legally questionable, so that's not to say I don't support it. I just think this is maybe not that discussion. As for options for turn safety of right-turning vehicles, that is already in the recommendations from TREC, is that correct? That they recommend just looking into it at least?
For?
Like prohibiting right turn on red in some cases, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Policy for separated bikeways. If I remember correctly, this original project, though it's funded by the Green Pavement Marking CIP project, it was officially called like intersection treatments, right? It was like intersection standards and design guidelines, and it's evolved to be more than that. But I think it was just intersections to start with. Is that right? Like
The scope of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's primarily
right.
crossing policy.
Yeah.
Primarily, but we kind of included the maintenance on existing bike facilities through some of the comments we received when we had a study session, probably beginning of last year or the end of the year before. But as far as a separate policy on separating bike facilities, that's a different discussion.
I think that's engineering design standards, right?
Yeah, it was not included in this.
Right. So
we've had, to be honest, we've proposed projects in the past that have had that, and we chose not to do them too. So
yeah,
so there's some history there.
I think so. Just off topic here, but talking about the engineering design standards, I think is something that could be important this year, given the fact that the Land Development Code is being updated and they kind of go together a little bit. But I don't necessarily think that that's for tonight, unfortunately. So once again, it's not to say I don't support it. I just think to focus on the issue at hand, I think we need to focus on what TREC has provided, which is a little bit beyond what their scope originally was. And I'm glad to see what's here. So basically what I'm trying to say is, I hear you. And I agree, but I think this is not the right avenue currently. So that leaves the issue of green paint on SCP crossings. I don't know where we sit on that one. The last time we talked about this, I had a not very productive. Oh yeah.
You have someone online still waiting for public comment.
I'm sorry. John, my bad. I got so excited I forgot about that part.
Thank you, Jessica. I have a question and then two quick comments. One, the packet I downloaded seems to have 2 copies of these guidelines. Is that correct?
It may just be a printing error. I don't know.
Okay, well, I thought perhaps one had been updated. The information on the Idaho stop has not been corrected based on the incorrect content that I pointed out last time I was here on this issue. I will say that I'm sure glad that this is being brought up for the first time. The first time I heard of the Idaho stop, I've been biking a long time, and I thought it sounded nuts. So there's been some growth in knowledge about this. It's unfortunate that Commissioner Boley urged this matter for your consideration a full year before he was out of office. The other is that you had no public comment period on the school issue. Unfortunately, I had a couple comments that I think you would have found useful, and they're not unconnected with this Idaho stop. But I'll do those another day, I guess.
Well, I mean, if you can keep it to 3 minutes, we can do it now. It's not that late.
Well, in the event that Pinckney is closed down, now I lived over there for 20 years, and I biked those streets. And Commissioner Damian, he told you how dangerous it is to cross 6th Street. And I expect you to elaborate on that. If Pinckney gets closed, and I don't know where all those students are going to go, but crossing, some of them are going to want to cross on a bike, I would think, or should be able to. And that tunnel is not a really good place to do that. It's certainly a good thing. The other is that the BCSC, the Board and Commissions Structure Committee meeting, committee, right now they've got the PTAC and MMTC in the same bucket. And if you get merged, I think you're going to find a kind of a culture shock, because the bus system is not necessarily all that friendly to bikes. I used the bus to get across 6th Street to my neighborhood grocery store, Dillon's, for years. And I had to cross 6th Street many times to do that. Actually, I've lost my point on that. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for forgetting to ask for comment on study session, by the way. Out of practice, it's been 2 months.
Thank you.
All righty, so any more from the commission before we make a recommendation?
I think I'm rereading the Shara's piece, and it's saying it's recommended that streets, including Shara's, are designed and signed for an operating speed of 25 or less. I think it'd be good, like, if we do include that, I think thinking about it in the context of, oh, we do have streets that are 30 with Shara's. I think the policy should maybe just make us look at that road and say, do we need to reduce the speed of the traffic on that road and keep the Shara's type of thing? Like, use it as a tool in that way rather than use it as a tool of removing Shara's.
Dave?
Yeah, well, that would require an engineering study, speed study. Generally, we don't just artificially lower speeds, particularly on like collector streets. We want to move traffic on those streets. So I understand where you're going with it, but I don't know if that would necessarily even reduce the speed. Just signing it less doesn't necessarily reduce it. So I don't know if that would be something that I would recommend pursuing, us reviewing all the streets that have sharrows on it for lowering the speed limit, because some are probably appropriately signed at what they're at, 30 or more.
Gotcha.
Do we know what the maximum speed is on any streets signed with sharrows?
I don't offhand, no.
It's not 30, I guess that'd be a question. But
I would say the most would be a collector, whatever we would have a collector at.
Which is usually 30.
Yeah, 30 or 35.
Yeah, I'm
but
thinking Monterey,
it's making
9th Street. These are like the ones that come to my mind were collector streets without sharrows. So the next time they're maintained, you would not intend to put sharrows on them, is how I'm interpreting that.
Gotcha. Yep.
So I think the green pavement markings are the final sticking point here, because I forget how the commission fell last time, but it's been months. So
Yeah.
I guess, Dave, just can you give us a preview again of, you said you were planning on doing an inventory of all the intersections where there might need to be green pavement, which I guess on-street bike lanes crossing other streets, right? Is that the next step at this point, and to use the remaining budget for at least those, right?
Yeah, it might not all be green markings, or it could be crosswalks, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Crossing improvements.
It depends on the table, right? Because they had a whole table of
Got a lot of,
what are you crossing? Okay. And we don't know at this point what the cost of it would be to apply paint to those things. Yeah, okay. So at least we know for sure we're starting with those. And we don't know if that'll run down the entire budget or not. If it doesn't run down the entire budget of this project, does that roll over? And is there opportunity to kind of revisit this? Or does it just go to a different project at that point?
I would intend that we'd use all of these funds on crossing improvements, and that there would be a lot more need than the funds that we have. So I don't see a situation where we don't spend all the funds on crossing improvements.
Okay.
I think what would be helpful, though, is to know if we're going to try to at least follow some of the intent of the original funding, that if there are bike lanes where they cross streets, I believe the recommendation is that they would be, that crossing would be marked with green paint.
It depends. If it's an arterial, a collector, or a major driveway, yes. If it's a minor driveway or a local greater than 40 feet, chevron. Local less than 40 feet, chevron, none.
But those would the green, what I'm saying is
Maybe less than that.
if the intent of the funding was to do green markings, and this further defines where green markings are appropriate, I would think we wouldn't just carte blanche use the funds to do crossing improvements. We would first prioritize the green markings.
That's what I was trying to say. I don't
And then
think I said that very well.
If there's money left to do other kinds of markings that are not green, I would assume,
Yeah.
that's where was that more than $340,000 to do green markings where they're recommended?
Probably not.
I think what you're asking us, though, is are we satisfied with the recommendation that green markings are used as selectively as the TREC is suggesting?
You mean not on shared use paths? Is that what you're getting at? Okay. Yeah, because I think that's kind of the one thing that might still be up in the air. I think I'm getting the sense that most of us agree on almost all of what's in this, except for maybe that. Because it is true, they are de facto bike lanes here. But pedestrians are on them. But Michael has a point that that's like calling sidewalks bike lanes because bikes are on it. It's like, do we call them as they're effectively used or what they technically are? And, I don't know. At one point I was leaning put green on every crossing of shared use paths, but now I'm rethinking that if that's at the expense of other intersection changes that could benefit pedestrians as well, at particularly gnarly intersections, then I don't know if that's the best use of funds anymore. But then there's the whole question of that's what this project is literally called, right? Like green pavement markings. It feels weird to spend it on anything but, and I don't know the legal and financial ramifications of doing that. Like, does this happen all the time? Are there projects that are called something but are spent on something else? That's not a question I can answer, so.
Well, I think we renamed the scope of the project from the green pavement. I mean, we can certainly prioritize it on the green pavement in appropriate places, but as far as the shared use paths, we're not doing that.
So the project got on the CIP being called green pavement markings, right? Like that's how it was scored originally. And then once it got funded, the scope changed, is that right? Okay. Is that common? Does that happen fairly often or only in kind of exceptional cases? Okay. Interesting. I don't really know what to do with that information. It's just interesting.
So you're trying to find out how we feel about the green paint on shared use path crossings?
Yeah, I feel like a case could be made.
I'm not in favor of it.
Okay.
I was persuaded by the consultant's clarification about how people kind of come to regard green versus white. They see green, they know it's for a bike.
Mm-hmm.
And that was persuasive to me. If, we need to also make sure that crosswalks are marked and maintained, that seems important, and they should probably be white.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we've always known, and I think it makes sense to stay with that standard.
So
if we also start adding this new thing, right, not changing the white crosswalk, but we add this new thing where there are bicycle lanes that are crossing and they just don't have anything right now, and they're crossing through an intersection. There's no white line. There's nothing. This seems like it adds another element to help clarify to people that bikes will be crossing here, and so they should stay out of that space, whether they're driving or walking. And I like that idea. It helps to clarify what path you should be in. If you're on a bike, stick with the green path. If you're not on a bike, stay out of the green path. So that's what persuaded me.
But you also noted that the green paint alerts motorists to the presence of bikes, which would include SUVs, right? So I'm just trying to follow.
No, I see it as the white alerts motorists of the presence of any kind of user, primarily pedestrians. But green tells me that I should also expect something here. But if there's a bike lane and there's nothing that marks that as it crosses an intersection, that seems, an improvement would be that they have something like a crosswalk that's designated for the bicycle lane.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
So that's where it's like you would end up with a white crosswalk for people that use that crossing. And then you have this additional thing that we haven't seen before, which is the green paint indicating that bicyclists will be right here. So stay out of both spaces.
But what if there's only a shared use path and a place where cyclists are very frequently seen, such as the actually deadly intersection of Clinton and Lawrence, which multiple people have died at in the past 5 years?
Changing it to green is not going to change the need to make sure that's a safe crossing.
Will it make people think twice before they speed?
I don't think it's going to be safer if it's green. I think it's going to be safer if we dig into what's going to make that crossing safe for all users.
Because there are some other tools in this report that, like right turn on red, prohibiting right turn on red, because I see that as the most dangerous part of crossing that intersection as a cyclist or a pedestrian are the right turns on red.
Wouldn't it be right turn on green when the cars are at speed and the bikes also have the right of way? That seems to me like the greater point of conflict. So anything to visually tell you, hold up, this ain't your average sidewalk. This is a high speed bike path. Could be maybe a little helpful, right? I'm not fully saying that we need to paint every single crossing of SUP green. It'd be nice if we have infinite money. I'm just trying to kind of push back on the logic here that there are fast bikes that go through here. It is a deadly intersection. And that is literally the only thing that we have in our toolbox right now to increase the visibility.
So mine is purely that this is actually adding something to our toolbox.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm comfortable that it's restricted to bicycle lanes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not opposed to white striped bicycle lanes. In fact, I think over the years, we've moved away from that to our detriment. There are a lot of cyclists that use the road. When I taught my daughters how to ride their bikes, I taught them how to use the road. It's safer for them. I'm not an advocate.
Street or like 6th Street kind of road?
I think that most streets are safer to ride on than the sidewalks in this town. So that's how I went about it. And I know I'm maybe one of those more comfortable users on the street. So I'll accept that, but I also know that if you never learn to ride on the street, it's always going to seem as if the street's not safe. So, but if you're giving the bicyclists that use the street, you're adding in a marking for them when they cross the intersection, that's an improvement for that person that's riding across the street.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that part at all, honestly.
And I don't see then the need to confuse people by putting in green somewhere else. So for me, the clarity of what the consultant suggested, that green is designated for bicycle lanes, that was persuasive. Now I think there's a whole other conversation around crossing safety for shared use paths. And I wouldn't put in that mix. Those should also be green. I think there are other ways we can work on shared use path crossing safety. So
I'll be interested to see if we come up with any toolbox items for those, because those are a very common conflict point with a lot of.
Yeah, like I would think the rapid rectangular flashing beacon.
I mean, I think
would
there
be
were things in the report that
one of the
were
best.
part of the toolbox for those kinds of things.
There's a couple, like reducing the radius of a turn. That seems like a way more expensive thing that probably will never happen unless it's like a full road, not even a mill and overlay, like a full-on reconstruction. So even when 6th Street is being reconstructed soon, we're not getting any jurisdiction over like reducing turn radii or adding new raised crosswalks. We're not getting any of that. But green paint is a quick deployable thing that can happen pretty much any time. Whereas these geometrical things, which are arguably more effective, come up very infrequently as an option, it seems. So though I agree those are better, it's kind of like with the white stripe bike lanes, right? Like, do we do something, or do we just do nothing and wait for a great opportunity that may be 10 years down the line? So I don't know. I just think it's just an interesting leap of logic to say that green means bikes, watch out, but only if they're already on the street right next to you, then you can kind of see them. Whereas green, when you can't really see them a couple of feet beyond the intersection, if there's bikes, you may not know that. If you're not from here, right? You may not know that a shared use path is our de facto bike lane, right? And since 40% of our workforce commutes in from other cities, does it seem like maybe not everybody might know what a shared use path does? Especially the people who are rushing to and from work during poor lighting conditions or at sunrise or sunset, and you don't have kids who live in the area. There are different situations here, I think, that maybe we're not always thinking about. It's not always the streets that we're familiar with. So anyway, again, this is not a hill I'm going to die on. I just want to make sure that we check our logic, that it may sound good to us with our lens, but it may not always make sense from other perspectives. That being said, I may be the only person on here who cares enough to go against it, so it is what it is.
Well, I mean, I think our staff is strongly recommending against using green paint on shared use path.
It takes up a lot of
also
money away from other things, and I can
Yeah, I'll just jump. We were not going to do that. We had Alta do the report first and said it's not recommended. They looked all around the country at that. That was their recommendation. When we changed the scope of the project and we approved the scope of this project, it wasn't included. I mean, we're still talking about it, but it's not something I feel comfortable implementing as a trial in Lawrence to try it out. And if someone, it's not a standard that gets used, and I think we need to follow engineering standards. And we've had now 2 consultants recommend it, so it's not just me, but just reinforces my opinion on it. And so until we see something different, or some research or something that proves otherwise, I'm going to follow the experts' advice on it.
I mean, to be fair, some cities do it. But since not enough studies do it to make us feel comfortable to be the guinea pig, then we're not going to do it.
I also think we've invested a lot of time into these consultant reports that have all kind of came at the same conclusion, where we're going to stick to green with just bikes and then shared use in a different way. I think it's more or less we're kind of just running circles around the issue. I think I'm pretty comfortable with sticking to what's said in the report, especially if the engineers are pretty against putting them in shared use paths. It makes sense. And we've invested a lot of money into this type of consulting work. And so I think, relying on the experts here is pretty important and can kind of put a nail on this project. I will say I was involved in this much later than everybody else here, so that's why I haven't chimed up until now. But I think that both sides, I think what you're saying, Nick, makes sense, right? But I think based on how much time we've invested in the project as a whole, it makes sense to stick with what the consultants are saying.
Does anybody want to make a motion then?
I do have a question on the 25 mile real quick. So if there are streets like Charlie was saying that are the like 30 miles and over, after this gets put in place, are we getting rid of those sharrows?
If the recommendation was not to include sharrows on those streets, then we would not put them back. That's what
I'm comfortable with that. I mean, I think it's fine. There's a lot of debate about sharrows. What I wouldn't want to see is just failure to consider a sharrow when it might have a real purpose.
Sure.
But the idea that I think what's being raised here is the practice in street maintenance is to put a sharrow when they can't fit in a bike lane. And it's not done with a lot of consideration other than that's just kind of a policy. So this would change that policy. So it wouldn't just be a de facto, or we're going to put a sharrow because we can't squeeze in a bike lane. Instead, a sharrow would be more of a deliberate decision. And I think, I guess I'm trusting, that's something that staff would consider as they're, recommending something to us. And of course, we could always bring it up too. I don't think the guidelines are making it a black and white thing. It's just saying that it's not recommended. I do think, like, when we're being more creative and saying, here's the opportunity for a bicycle lane that's for climbing up a hill, and we don't need to have a bike lane on the downhill. What's helpful is to have at least something that indicates bikes have a place to be on this downhill. They don't need a separate space because they can probably travel a lot faster going downhill, but they do need to have a dedicated spot on the climb up.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. And I would think, could we throw a sharrow on the other side just to legitimize this is a bikeway. You should expect bikes on this roadway. What's interesting is the NACTO website, when it talks about sharrows, it has some illustrations of different designs, and some of them show green pavement as kind of the base of the sharrow. It's a big, large green rectangle with a white sharrow, so it's much more visible, and it kind of again associates that green marking with a bike facility. We haven't done that here. I saw that and I thought, well, that looks nice. It might be a way to kind of reiterate that green means expect a bike here. And we can't squeeze in a bike lane, or we don't think a bike lane is appropriate, but a sharrow with green behind it would be.
That's okay. That answers my potential concern. So, with that, I'd like to move that this commission recommend the City of Lawrence's bicycle and pedestrian design guidelines that have been developed to improve multimodal safety and are to supplement the MSO 2023 plan preparation and design criteria, and that we move forward with the next steps after the fact, specifically inventory, intersection improvements, and prioritization for implementation. I get it?
Do we have to include the thing about sharrows? Did you do that and I just didn't hear it? Or is that already in the report and we're good?
It's already in.
I think it's already in the report.
Yeah, the recommendation.
Okay, cool.
I'll second that.
Okay. First by Commissioner Reza, second by Commissioner Bryan. All in favor, say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. All right, that brings us to number 5. Wait, just kidding. There's number 4. Do we need a break real quick?
I guess if you'd rather, we could push this to April. I was just chatting with Jessica, and it's something that can be pushed to April if you'd rather.
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah, so just for your information, it will go to
Technical Advisory Committee and the MPO Policy Board in March for their consideration and adoption, but it would not go to City Commission or Planning Commission until it came back to MMTC in April. So you still have that opportunity.
Okay. I have a feeling that any comments that we make either tonight or in April, probably, I mean, not a lot of showstoppers, right? So, I mean, I can't imagine it'd be anything but just, like a recommendation and check this out, right?
Well, if you trust your 2 representatives on the committee, then I think you're probably in line with where that is. Yeah.
Jessica and her staff did a terrific job on this, and
I mean, honestly, I don't
heartily support it.
Like, I don't feel like I need a huge read through, honestly, because we've seen it before in draft form, right? So, I mean, that being said, Jessica, did you want to do a whole presentation by chapter, or just kind of a, have you read it? Yes or no? Is it good?
Paul Hornbeck, our newer planner.
He is going to present to you this evening. And he said he has about just 10 minutes to present. If you want to hear a shortened version of it and just get it off your plate, you can choose to do that also. Your choice. I recognize it's getting late.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do a quick vote of the commission then. Do you want to do a quick 10-minute presentation and vote to adopt, or do you want to punt till April? I guess all in favor of going for it and just reading it and be done, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Okay. I feel like I'm pretty familiar with the plans.
So if you still needed to take a break, that's fine too. You guys decide what you need to do there, but.
And Paul, it'd be a shame to have you have waited this whole time without having to do your presentations. It feels wrong to do anything else. So let's go for it. Item number 4, T2050.
All right. Good evening. Thank you, Paul Hornbeck with the Lawrence Douglas County MPO. So like Jessica said, we're going to try and move through this quickly in respect for your time, hopefully about a 10-minute presentation. So what is Transportation 2050? Hopefully, you have some awareness of this with 2 of your members on our steering committee. So it's the region's long-range transportation plan, incorporates all modes of transportation and incorporates our bike plan, pedestrian plan, safe routes to school, transit. It is a federally required plan, and there's a number of requirements we need to consider to be in compliance with those regulations. So the plan covers all of Douglas County, which is our planning area. So we started this process back in last spring. We have been, as I mentioned, have a steering committee that has helped to guide us and vet our direction on the plan throughout the process. A big part of our plan is community outreach and survey that we did in late spring throughout the summer was a big part of that, asking satisfaction with the different modes of transportation and different factors that are influencing satisfaction. So some of those results here. Also asking what top priorities are. Safety was number 1, followed by affordable, accessible options and environmental concerns. So the plan has 5 goal areas: transportation options, shared prosperity, sustainability, safety and security, operations and maintenance. So each of these areas has its own goal, objectives, and strategies. Not necessarily going to read off the goals and objectives to you, but they're listed there. And, if you have questions or whatever, feel free to chime in with those. The plan does have to be fiscally constrained, meaning that funding can reasonably be expected for the projects that are in it. So we show here a comparison of funding from our last plan, T2040 on the right, in the breakdown of spending by the different modes: road and bridge, operations and maintenance, road and bridge projects, non-motorized projects, and transit. And we compare that to T2050. There is a larger pot of money that's projected for in T2050. And I would say most noticeable change is non-motorized went from 2% to 5%. And given that larger pot of money, it's not like the other areas are seeing less funding, just how that, with that larger pot of money, how that money is being distributed. We do have to account for operations and maintenance and before we program the projects. So that's included in these figures. Part of our public outreach was through open houses, virtual and in person, presenting some of this financial information and breaking it down on a per year basis, and also giving some examples of what different things cost to kind of put these numbers in context. So electric bus around $1.5 million for the purchase of a new one. Similar price for shared use path for about a half mile with a tunnel. The newer section that opened recently. The major thoroughfares map is also a part of this. This is a map the city of Lawrence uses to balance access and traffic movement. So it's got freeways and expressways, arterials, collectors, local streets. So this is largely the same from the previous map. The big changes you might notice, if you're familiar with the map, would be some of this area just west of K10 with kind of a grid network kind of starting to be overlaid out there based on kind of best guess based on spacing and topography and things like that. And then other changes would just be more things that have maybe been built since the last update. The travel demand model is also a big component of the plan, and we had a consultant do this work for us. It's based on assuming employment and population figures out to 2050 and geographically where those changes will occur. So we did two scenarios. One is kind of status quo development, and scenario B is assuming a shift to more infill and higher density development. We looked at existing traffic flow in 2019, being as that was before COVID. And this looks at 2050, what we would anticipate with no transportation improvements, but with the increase in population and jobs. And you can see the red obviously being the areas where things are starting to get real congested. That would assume like K10 is not widened out west. And then the different scenarios with all of our programmed projects being built. Not a huge difference between the two scenarios. You have to look pretty close to spot a few of those changes between the two. We also look at the average vehicle miles traveled, VMT, and hours of delay in these two scenarios, and they come out pretty similar. So our committed projects are projects that you are hopefully familiar with, as these are generally pulled from the CIP and our Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP. These are regionally significant projects. We map all those. We look at if they fall within the environmental justice zone, what types of benefits the project may have. And this is just kind of a snapshot of maybe of half the projects, just to kind of show you what kind of analysis we do. Furthermore, looking at these projects and how they would fit in with the 5 goal areas mentioned earlier, and if they're working towards those goal areas. We also have illustrative projects, which are projects that aren't necessarily funded at this point, but are kind of on the radar for future improvements. So we had a 30-day public comment period that ended a few weeks ago. We got about 25 comments from, I think, about 5 different individuals. I know you can't read this, but it's just meant to show you how we document. Comments received are on the left, whether we made changes or not, and kind of our staff response. And this is just a couple of them as an example of this person had comments about street trees, wanting to be able to do those in front of their house. And we did not make any change, as in our comment was that's more of a city requirement, and the Lawrence Land Development Code would be maybe a more appropriate place to deal with that. Also comment on bikeways and just some changes that we made to more accurately reflect the bikeway plans that are existing. So next steps, we have our technical advisory committee meeting tomorrow. They will make a recommendation to the MPO policy board, who meets on the 16th. As Jessica mentioned, we will take this to the Lawrence City Commission, as well as Planning Commission, and for their approval resolution. A amendment to the comprehensive plan would also be done at some point, hopefully this year, to incorporate the plan. Amendments as needed, and performance measure tracking on a kind of year-to-year basis. And we anticipate updating this plan in 5 years. So that is a quick overview. Happy to answer any questions. And again, looking for a recommendation from y'all tonight.
Good. Thank you very much. Any questions from the commission? Let's go to public comment then. Is there anybody either online or not in the room anymore who would like, yep, John, you're up. But you are on mute though.
Thank you. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. The countywide bike plan is an essential part of this, correct?
I believe it's incorporated into it, right?
All right. It's essential.
Yeah.
All right. You all do not do bike parking. You have assiduously avoided it in all the years that I've come before you. Charlie Bryan will tell you that's many years, and that's been my subject for all those years. This Idaho stop is a diversion because I saw a child being put at risk on 6th Street. Jessica and I clashed about the bike parking content of the countywide bike plan back when it was being developed. And I believe it is flawed in that way, but you guys aren't going to take that up. I understand that. But I'm putting a place marker here because in any other bicycle advisory board that I know of around the country, and I know of several, it's an important part of their duties. I would ask, I would be interested to know, you don't have to answer this, how many of you biked to the city commission meeting tonight, or to your chambers tonight? And how did you like it? How do you like it out there? I had a bike stolen from the city hall. Thank you.
So I would just like to note that bike parking, though, is something that is important to our commission. Unfortunately, it's not under our jurisdiction, just like car parking and public transportation. All things that are part of the multimodal transportation system, but not within our power to do really anything about at all. The closest we ever got was when the Planning Commission forwarded us Article 9 parking access and loading standards back in 2018 or 19. And we gave pretty good comment on that, enough that it kind of changed the course of the city commission debate on it. So though it doesn't come up, we do advocate for more of it and better of it. That being said, the land development code update is happening as we speak. So I would urge you to definitely get involved in that. I am on the board and I'm going to be pushing for transportation issues as best as I can. So I know it's probably not the answer you were hoping for, but that's sort of the reality of the situation right now. Yep.
I would also just add that we do incorporate a recommendation in Chapter 6, which is our multimodal strategies, that deals with end-of-trip amenities, including bicycle parking. So it's not real detailed given the scope of this plan, but it is a recommendation in the plan.
Thanks, Will. Any other discussion from the commission?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
The Transportation 2050 plan.
Second.
All right. First motion by Commissioner Collette, second by Commissioner Reza. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
I'm sure this is not how we do it. That's unanimous. No, I am actually kind of curious that there is a significantly higher chunk of funds dedicated to new road and bridge projects than there was in 2040, but you did say that the pot of money is larger, so that doesn't necessarily mean the amount of money is greater. That just means that, well, maybe it does, I guess. But I missed that topic, so we can always catch up later. I'm just kind of curious on the nuts and bolts here.
Yeah, dig into the financial chapter.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see where all this is going. Okay. Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Final one is agenda item number 5, receive nominations and elect chair and vice chair. I don't think we can punt this. We probably have to do it. It's like 2 or 3 months overdue, so. I'll open the floor. Does anybody want to nominate themselves or somebody else for chair and vice chair for 2023, or hear more about the job if you're new?
I'd like to make a motion for Nick Kuzmiak for chair.
Oh, wait a second. Sorry. Dave, you actually sent me things months ago. Sorry to interrupt you, on how we conduct this. So I'm gonna make sure
You're doing good so far.
I thought we had to like open the procedure for nominations or something.
Yeah, you've done that.
He did.
All right.
So yeah, just receive nominations until you receive no more. And
Yeah. So it says, I would like to open nominations for the chair. And somebody says, I nominate rather than I motion. Gotta get the, yeah. So I'll assume that you said I nominate Commissioner, who'd you say?
You.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure that I wasn't tripping. Power tripping here. Okay, I will repeat the name. Commissioner Collette has nominated Commissioner Kuzmiak for chair. Are there any other nominations that can be received for chair at this point? All right, the nominee can accept or decline. I will accept, because otherwise I'm not sure what we're going to do. So. And I'm okay with it, so. Are there any more nominations? There are not more nominations. We've gone through that. They are closed. All in favor of Commissioner Kuzmiak as 2023 Transportation Commission Chair, say aye. And all opposed?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Janice, did you?
I got it.
You got it, okay. Did anybody say no? Cool, all right. All right, hand over to the new chair. Here we are. The next one is the vice chair. I would like to open nominations for the 2023 Transportation Commission Vice Chair to the commission members. Who would like to nominate somebody? I would like to nominate Commissioner Balteska for the vice chair of MMTC. Do you accept?
I do accept.
Okay. Are there any more nominations? Okay. All in favor of Commissioner Balteska as the 2023 Transportation Commission Vice Chair, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. It's unanimous. Well, I guess it's a Nick and Damon show. Second year running. Should be interesting. I think I've now been chair more than I've not been chair, which is weird. But it is what it is. President for life. Thanks. That's it for agenda. Now we're on staff items. So you got Safe Streets and Roads for All, and Vision Zero, and Retreat Update.
yeah, got some good news. We got awarded a grant for the Safe Streets for All. It's a planning grant, so we'll be working with Jessica on that plan. Right, Jessica?
How much was that for?
We're excited. 100 and...
It's a $200,000 project.
Yeah.
We received
$160,000 from the feds under bipartisan infrastructure law, and we, as part of the partnership, we get another $30,000 from KDOT. They're a financial partner, and so we have a $10,000 local commitment in that project. And then
Good deal. It's like half of a traffic circle, so okay.
Yeah.
And that's not just us, right? That's also Douglas County and Eudora and who else?
Eudora and Baldwin City?
Just the cities. Just
the
yeah.
cities.
It's the cities.
Oh, county. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, congrats to everybody involved in that.
So, yep, that'll be on our work plan this year. And then we put on here a retreat update. So we had intended to do a retreat, and just with not having a full commission and staff capacity, we've kind of postponed it. So we're hoping to get the vacant positions filled. And I think in the meantime, we'll try to focus some of our discussion in April study session on developing a work plan for this year, as we talked about earlier. And then if we feel like we need to do it later in the year, we'll do it. So that's all I have for staff items.
Sounds good. On to commission items. Climate Action Plan Steering Committee. Any updates?
So they've wrapped up their sort of outreach, gathering info, meeting with people meetings. I can't remember the term for it off the top of my head right now, but I think they're still drafting their recommendations. So I think that'll be the next thing that we see as a group, but it's been a while because I think they've been, scribing everything they heard and then moving forward to make recommendations. So I expect that at the next meeting.
Cool, so it's moving. On the Land Development Code Steering Committee update, which is a really long committee name, we had our most recent meeting in, like mid-February, where the consultant brought back the code assessment, which is basically their triage on what's going on in our code, what they see, what they like, what they think is kind of silly, what they would recommend to do something about it. And there was a pretty comprehensive document. It was huge, and they had open for public comment till maybe a week or two ago, so got a decent amount of comments, but that's been presented to the Planning Commission, maybe not the city yet, but probably soon if I had to guess. So now they're at the point where they're kind of collecting a lot of the comments and are going to start actually drafting parts of the code. So the first part of 3 is going to be use table and zone districts, which is arguably a pretty huge part. Part 2 is going to be dimensional and design standards, and part 3 is going to be process, which is definitely the wonkiest of all the parts, I think. So things should get pretty interesting here soon. It's still a lively steering committee, and I have faith that they're on a good track. So I did have another commission item I wanted to bring up that I was reminded of earlier. There's a lot of the talk right now in USD 497 about closing schools, right? And I feel like the idea of neighborhood schools is to make it easier for kids to get to schools, and that is a direct transportation thing, right? So I wonder if it would be appropriate for MMTC to pen a letter in support of keeping neighborhood schools open, simply because from our standpoint, it's a good thing to have kids at least able to walk to school, especially on the east side where there are more transportation disadvantaged areas. So that's my idea. I'm curious if there's support for writing a letter and, basically opposing closing local schools.
I'm not one for precedent here, as I'm the newest commissioner, but I personally think that's a great idea. I think and it's kind of what happened at study session, right, is that a lot of our conversations on policies that we're going to be discussing in the next year and beyond kind of are reliant on what USD 497 does. And assuming, and if we have the ability to kind of maintain the status quo as much as we can, then it will, it'll flow into T2050 and then the bike design, right? Everything that we've kind of done up to this point will not be negatively impacted functionally. So I think it's a great idea, and I think it's well within our ability to do so, but whether or not it's a precedent thing, I'm not one to speak on that.
So we've done that in the past where I or somebody else has crafted a letter to whoever commission is in power for making a decision. I'm like, here's what we think you should do about something, signed MMTC. I forget the last time it's been done. Probably the Land Development Update Code Steering Committee to urge that they consider transportation. So
yeah,
others.
I think we've done it in with other city departments or city commission or planning commission, but not outside.
Yeah, that's kind of new.
So I don't know if it would come across as, I don't know if the city as a whole, the city commission is going to take a position or not. And I don't know if it would.
That's what I was going to suggest. Like, our role is to advise the city commission. And if we were to
draft something, it would probably need to be a recommendation that the city commission
Yep.
Right there on letter.
take a position on the matter.
Mhm.
I don't know, I mean,
Okay.
I'm just,
Yeah, we can frame it.
have a hard time imagining them trying to meddle into the affairs of another, essentially governing body. Like it feels a little bit, like they do have their working relationship with they'll sometimes have the meetings with the city, county, and school board elected officials all together. But I assume they have their own agenda setting process. I don't know.
I mean, if KU was going to do some huge transportation project, would we write to KU for something? I feel like that's the only other similarity I can find, like an
Probably
external
would go to
entity.
the city commission in terms of their relationship with KU also. I mean, that makes sense to me that it would be, since that's our official role is to advise the city commission.
I think that makes sense. And I don't think there's any harm in writing letters to the city commission.
Okay. Shall we take a quick vote on that? I don't know if this needs to really, does it need to be an official motion?
It should be, yeah.
Okay. Anybody want to make it? I can do it. A motion that the Multimodal Transportation Commission authorize the chair and/or vice chair to write a letter of opposition to closing neighborhood schools to the Lawrence City Commission.
Second.
Based on impact to
Right.
Transportation
multimodal
things.
transportation.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Kuzmiak first, Reza second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. I'll add it to my list. Or I'll pass stuff to you, Dame. We'll see. Okay. That's it for me. Calendar, there's not really much on it other than we know that the next study session will probably be focused on the work plan, right?
Correct.
But as for regular agenda items, we don't really have any yet, so we'll have our agenda meeting and figure it out.
Yep.
Okay. In that case, anything else before we adjourn? Adjourn we will then. Case closed. Thanks everybody for toughing it out. Thanks. Not the latest one we've had, but it's getting there.
Close, however.